The breath of Nikai. The lamp in my hand flickered once, briefly, almost apologetically, and went out. In that same instant, the darkness gained weight. It was not emptiness, it was breathing. The sound rose from beneath the stone slabs of the Oran Archive, from the deepest foundations of Miskatonic University. A slow, wet, rhythmic breathing that matched my own heartbeat so perfectly I could no longer tell where I ended and it began. I stood motionless among the shelves, clutching the useless brass cylinder. The air had grown thick, oily, saturated with a sweetish putrid odor, not the mold of centuries, but something far older than the earth itself, the smell of black caverns where no human foot had ever trod and never would. 3 months earlier, I had still been Elias Ventworth, a young, arrogant professor of occult sciences who had just received his appointment, an office overlooking the spires of Arkham, and a key to the forbidden vaults. I had thought I had come to study ancient cults. Now I understood the ancient cults had long been studying us, and I had become their newest, most convenient subject. It all began with the nameless black book. It lay on the lowest shelf, where light never reached. The binding was leather, too smooth, too warm to the touch. On the title page, a single word, in Aklo, Nikai. I had opened it that first evening, still laughing at the old librarian Pickman's warnings. Now that laughter seemed distant, an alien memory. The pages were filled with Latin, Hyperborean, and symbols that made vision swim after the third line. A French missionary of the 17th century described a vast abyss beneath the ruins of Yoth. Not a cave, but an entire subterranean kingdom of eternal night. There, in the heart of the darkness, slept Tsathoggua, he who satiates without moving. Obese, toad-like, coated in black slime, surrounded by his spawn, formless blobs of viscous black ooze capable of assuming any shape, sticky tentacles, mouths lined with thousands of teeth, or simply shapeless pools crawling along stone channels. They are not like him, the missionary wrote with a trembling hand. They are worse. They are the living embodiment of hunger without form. They guard his sleep and widen the cracks between worlds. Next came a glued-in sepia photograph from 1909, the Peabody expedition, a black stone statuette with bulging eyes and a mouth full of far too many teeth. The caption read, "Disappeared from the collection after 1 week. 3 participants committed suicide. 2 still mutter about the hungry darkness that is already inside." I had smirked then. Now my lips no longer remembered how to smile. On the following page, beneath the map of spiraling tunnels descending thousands of feet, appeared a fresh note in my own handwriting. "He is already here, so am I. Come." The lamp went out. 2 weeks had passed since then, weeks that stretched into eternity. I stopped giving lectures. Colleagues whispered behind my back. Professor Ellery once caught me in the corridor and said quietly, almost pleadingly, "Ventworth, you are still so young. Some volumes, they do not impart knowledge. They take what you have." I smiled. The smile came out wet and too wide, as if my mouth had stretched farther than skin allowed. Every night I returned to the archive. The book waited. With each visit, new entries appeared on its pages, not mine, yet written in my hand. They told how to open the crack beneath the library's foundation, how to pronounce the Aklo words to widen it enough for passage, how to prepare body and mind so the abyss would accept me not as food, but as a new vessel. I had begun to change. In the mornings, my eyes in the mirror looked more bulging, the pupils dilated even in bright light. The skin on my back and chest had developed thin, moist folds that itched and sometimes pulsed in time with the distant breathing. I ate less and less, yet I could sit for hours in the total darkness of my office, feeling something large, sated, and lazy slowly turning inside me, settling more comfortably. The dreams had become reality. Every night I stood at the edge of a bottomless shaft. The walls were black, wet, veined with pulsing flesh. Far below, in eternal slime, Tsathoggwa's enormous bloated body rolled lazily. It did not look at me. It knew I already belonged to it. Around it crawled the formless spawn, shapeless lumps of black ooze that could instantly stretch into tentacles, mouths, or human-like figures, then melt back into pools, leaving a caustic, acidic trail. One of them once approached me in a dream. It took the shape of my own face, but with eyes full of ancient, lazy boredom. Soon, it whispered in my voice, "We are already waiting for you below. Bring yourself completely." I woke with the taste of raw earth in my mouth and a desire to extinguish every light in the room. The preparations took the final days. I gathered everything according to the instructions that appeared in the book of their own accord. First, the words. I memorized them, though each aclosyllable brought nausea and the feeling that my tongue was growing thicker and softer. 7 phrases to be spoken in a precise order while standing directly over the crack. They did not open a door. They made the crack want to open for me. Then, light. I destroyed every lamp in the archive I could reach. Darkness had to be absolute. Tsathoggwa tolerated no light. His spawn dissolved it like acid. Then, the body. I stopped washing. My skin became covered with a thin film of slime that cooled pleasantly and protected against the chill of the depths. My nails grew longer and harder. Sometimes at night I noticed my fingers lengthening and becoming more flexible, as if preparing to turn into tentacles. I wrote farewell notes to my colleagues, short, incoherent. To Professor Ellery, "Do not search for me, I have found what I came for." To Librarian Pickman, "You were right, some books dig back." I left the notes on the desk in my office. They already smelled of the same rot as the book. On the final night, I descended into the archive one last time. The clock showed 2:45. Rain lashed the stained glass windows above, but down here there was only silence, broken by breathing. The crack in the floor had widened. It was now the size of a hatch, perfectly circular, its edges wet and faintly pulsing. Thick, sweetish vapor rose from it, the smell of Nkai. I knelt. I pressed my palms to the cold stone. The skin instantly became wet and sticky, as if the floor itself were greeting me. I began to speak the words, the first syllable, and the light at the far end of the corridor went out by itself. The second, the floor beneath me shuddered as though some enormous bulk far below had shifted slightly in its sleep. The third, the breathing grew louder. Now it came not only from the crack, but from my own chest. The fourth, I felt something opening inside me. Not pain, not fear. A pleasant, lazy dissolution, as if myself had finally ceased to be necessary. The fifth, a thin stream of black slime emerged from the crack. It did not flow. It crawled, slowly, deliberately. It reached my hand and coiled around my wrist like an affectionate kitten, cold, acidic, familiar. The sixth. My eyes began to water, but not from pain. The tears were black. The seventh syllable I no longer spoke with my voice. It emerged from me on its own, a wet gurgling sound that echoed through the entire archive. The crack opened fully. Below there was no staircase, no steps, only an endless descent, a spiraling tunnel whose walls were covered with living, pulsing flesh. Somewhere very far away flickered a faint, unnatural glow, not light, but the absence of darkness. There, in the very heart, Tsathoggwa waited. I stood up. My legs were no longer quite legs. They had become softer, more flexible, better suited for crawling over whetstone. My arms had lengthened. The skin on my face had tightened. My eyes had bulged slightly from their sockets. I took the first step toward the edge. Behind me, in the world above, remained lectures, an office, the name Elias Ventworth, all the petty and unnecessary things a young professor had once been proud of. Below waited the abyss of Nkai, eternal night, a lazy, bloated god who satiates without moving, and his formless children ready to welcome me among them, not as a victim but as a new brother. I smiled, widely, far too widely, and stepped down. The darkness embraced me like a mother. The slime enveloped my body, dissolving what remained of the human. Somewhere far above, in the Miskatonic library, the clock struck 3, and in Nkai, in the black ooze beneath onyx idols, Tsethogwa slowly opened one eye. He was pleased. A new vessel had arrived, and the crack beneath the university would never fully close again. The breathing continued, and it no longer belonged to me. It belonged to us.
Epilogue. From the notes of Professor Henry Ashton, Department of Occult Sciences, Miskatonic University, November 17, 1928. I descended into the Orne archive only on the 4th day after young Ventworth's disappearance. The note he had left on my desk was brief and strange. Do not search for me. I have found what I came for. The ink smelled heavy, sweetish rotten, as though the paper had already begun to decay. At first I thought it was another student prank or a nervous breakdown. Young professors sometimes cracked under the weight of these archives. But when I saw the crack in the floor, everything changed. It was perfectly circular, nearly a yard wide, with wet, faintly pulsing edges like a living wound in the stone. Vapor rose from it, thick and cold, carrying an odor I could compare to nothing. Ancient, oily, infinitely alien. The air around it shimmered, as if reality itself were thinner here. I knelt and shone my electric torch downward. The beam plunged into emptiness and vanished. It did not reflect, did not scatter. It simply dissolved, as though swallowed by something vast and hungry. Down there was no bottom, no walls in the usual sense. Only the black abyss of Nkai. Not a cavern, not an underground chamber, but an entire universe of darkness where light had never existed and could never exist. Endless, spiraling channels of living, moist flesh stretching into nowhere. In that absolute blackness dwelled beings possessed of senses we cannot even imagine. They had built civilizations long before humanity appeared, needing neither eyes nor fire, nor the very concept of day. Somewhere in the deepest reaches of this abyss, as the old manuscripts claimed, slept Tsethogwa, the bloated, indolent god surrounded by his spawn. Not mere guardians, but living black slime, the formless spawn, amorphous clots of viscous darkness capable of instantly becoming tentacles, mouths, human-like bodies, or simply spreading into pools that devoured everything in their path. On the edge of the crack, I found the remains of Ventworth's clothing, a jacket soaked in the same slime, and his notebook. The last page was covered in trembling script that was no longer entirely human. The letters stretched as if the fingers writing them had been lengthening even as they moved across the paper. I am descending, do not follow, or follow and become us. Nkai calls. The abyss is already inside. I stepped back. The torch in my hand trembled. At that moment, from the crack came a sound, slow, wet breathing that for an instant matched my own heartbeat perfectly. I understood that Wentworth had not vanished. He had simply crossed over. The crack has not closed. It is still breathing. Sometimes at night, when the university grows quiet, I hear something enormous, sated and patient, slowly turning in its sleep beneath the library floor. I have sealed the archive. I have forbidden access. But I know, sooner or later, someone else, another young and self-assured scholar, will find the black book or hear the breathing. And then the abyss of Nakai will rise one more inch closer to the surface. I already feel how, some evenings, my own skin begins to itch faintly in the same places where Wentworth first developed those folds. Perhaps next time, I will not resist. Diary from the Void. Digital personal log of Dr. Elias V. Crawford aboard the research vessel Argus mission Jupiter 7. Study of the Great Red Spot automatic voice-to-text plus manual notes. Encryption level 4. If you are listening to this, do not approach. Never. This is not a scientific report. This is the deathbed confession of a man who understood everything far too late. June 22nd, 2047, day 112 of the mission. We have entered Jupiter's gravitational capture. The ship trembles slightly. The correction thrusters are working at minimum power, adjusting the trajectory. I woke up at 6:15 in my sleeping bag, secured to the wall of the cabin so I wouldn't float while sleeping. Hygiene in zero gravity is always a 20-minute ritual of careful movements. Wet wipes, toothpaste that doesn't drip, special shampoo that doesn't require rinsing. Then coffee in a tube, heated exactly to 62 degrees, the way I like it. The Great Red Spot already fills almost the entire main observatory window, a gigantic, pulsating anticyclone. I stood there staring at it for 20 minutes, unable to look away. In 1993, as a graduate student, I used to sneak into the restricted section of the Miskatonic University Library. Under guard lay one of the few surviving copies of the Necronomicon in the translation of Olaus Warmius. I read it at night when everyone else had left. Back then I thought it was nothing but the ravings of a mad medieval Arab. Now, looking at the red spot, I realize I was wrong. Those pages were a warning, and I ignored it. June 24th, 2047, day 114. We have successfully entered stable geosynchronous orbit. We are hovering 180 kilometers above the center of the red spot. The ship is motionless relative to the vortex. Morning. 2-hour workout on the treadmill with restraints and the exercise bike, then scientific shift. The first spectrometric data showed long self-organizing polymer chains. I said nothing. The crew was in good spirits. Lynn baked synthetic waffles. Thomas told old stories about Martian storms. Marcos joked that he would finally be able to take a walk near the planet itself. Sarah and Anna laughed. Captain Reynolds simply nodded and went to check the systems. I looked at them and felt a strange chill in my chest. June 25th, 2047, day 115. The first deep probe was launched. At 14:47 ship time, I felt the wind for the first time, a light draft. The sensors were silent. I said nothing. June 26th, 2047, day 116. The wind became slightly more noticeable. After the shift, Lynn came to me. Her eyes were red. "Doctor, I had a very long and vivid dream. I was standing on the bottom of a sunken city, black basalt buildings covered with a thick layer of algae and shells stretched upward like the fingers of a drowning man. The water was thick, almost like jelly. In the center of the square rose a gigantic figure, a sleeping giant with tentacles instead of a face. It was slowly moving in its sleep. A voice said, "Relier is calling you, Lynn. Soon it will awaken. You will become part of the great wave." I tried to run, but my legs were chained to the bottom. When I woke up, I couldn't breathe for several minutes. I nodded and advised her to drink less coffee. Inside, everything went cold. I remembered a page from the Necronomicon in 1998. "In Relier, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming. Cthulhu is already pulling her." June 27th, 2047, day 117. The wind grew stronger. Probe number 2 showed black columns with the yellow sign, the Temple of Hastur. In the evening, Marcos came. "Doc, the dream keeps repeating. I'm in huge underground caves. The walls are covered with black, cold slime. In the center is a gigantic toad with tentacles instead of a mouth. It whispers, 'Nkai is waiting for you, Marcos. Go deeper. I will embrace you.' I can still feel this slime on my hands." He showed his palms, faint gray spots. I remembered, "Tsathoggua sleeps in Nkai. Tsathoggua has already chosen him." June 28th, 2047, day 118. The wind became a constant draft. Thomas came covered in sweat. "Doctor, every night I'm in an endless black forest. The trees are living columns of flesh and tentacles. In the center is a huge black goat with 1,000 mouths. It sings, 'Bubshash is calling you into the flock, Thomas. You will become part of the great fertility.' I feel something moving inside me." Small, dark bumps appeared on his chest. I remembered the 2004 fragment about Shub-Niggurath, the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young. Bubshash is her forest. She is pulling him. June 29th, 2047, day 119. Marcos went on EVA. He suddenly froze and began removing his gloves. "Nkai is calling. Tsathoggua is embracing me." The wind caught him. The suit dissolved in the red clouds. His body became covered with a thin gray coating that slowly flowed downward. He was laughing. I stood in the control room and couldn't move. Not shock, not grief, just a cold, almost scientific realization. Tsathoggua took the first victim. I knew it from one small detail, the gray coating on the suit that no one else noticed. I had seen a similar symbol in the Necronomicon. Now I knew exactly who. June 30th, 2047, day 120. Lynn locked herself in the laboratory. When we broke down the door, she was standing surrounded by floating test tubes. Her skin was covered with a faint greenish film like the thinnest layer of algae. A clear liquid slowly oozed from her mouth. "Relier, the water is rising." She slowly sank to her knees and drowned. I didn't scream. I just stood and watched. Then I noticed on the floor where she lay was a faint imprint, perfectly round with a vertical line inside. I recognized it an hour later when everyone had left, the symbol of Cthulhu from the 1998 page. Cthulhu took her. I felt anger, not at the old ones, but at myself. I knew. I had always known. July 2nd, 2047, day 122. Thomas came to me for the last time. Bub Shash is singing inside me. 2 hours later, he reprogrammed the laser. When we broke in, his body was covered with thin, barely visible dark veins like bark. Microscopic black particles fell from under his nails. He was smiling. Then his body simply crumbled. I sat among the particles and couldn't breathe. At first, I thought it was just death. Then I saw on the control panel was a tiny hoof print. No one noticed. I noticed. Shub Nigirath, Bub Shash is her forest. She took him. I felt not fear. I felt disappointment, as if I had lost a game whose rules I had known since my youth. July 4th, 2047, day 124. Sarah told me her dream in a trembling voice. I'm in chaos, thousands of masks. Nyarlathotep is calling. At night, she injected herself with substances from the samples. Her face began to distort slightly, as if shadows were moving under the skin. She screamed in unfamiliar languages, then simply dissolved into black smoke. I didn't call the others. I approached and saw on the wall where she had stood was a faint symbol, intertwined lines resembling the crawling chaos. I deciphered it in a minute. Nyarlathotep, the messenger. He took her mind. I felt emptiness, not grief, just emptiness. How many more times will I stand and decipher? July 6th, 2047, day 126. Anna stood by the viewport. I saw Carcosa every night, Lake Hali. She opened the airlock without a suit. Her body slowly drifted downward. Later, on the suite she left behind, I noticed a thin yellow thread woven into the fabric. No one paid attention. I did. Carcosa, Hastur, had already begun to take his own. July 8th, 2047, day 128. The terrifying moment. I went to the observatory with the captain. The wind suddenly fell silent. In the absolute emptiness of space, hundreds of kilometers away, a huge blurred figure in yellow rags was floating. 2 yellow sparks instead of eyes. It was looking straight at us. The yellow sign was burned into the glass. Hastur had come in person. The others had already taken their victims. Now only we remained. July 10th, 2047, day 130. Captain Reynolds said calmly, Hastur is angry. The others stole his sacrifices. He disabled the orbital correction. The wind of Hastur tore his body apart into molecules. On the floor remained only an empty jumpsuit. I didn't approach immediately. I just looked. Then I noticed on the collar was a tiny burned yellow sign. Hastur had taken him. July 13th, 2047, final entry. I am alone. The ship is slowly falling into the red spot. I see the columns of Hastur's temple, black, enormous, taller than any mountains on Earth. I don't scream, I don't cry. I simply send this package, all recordings, video, telemetry. The laser is aimed into deep space. I knew, I had always known, and yet I brought them here. If you are listening to this, do not approach Jupiter. The yellow wind of Hastur already knows your name. Dr. Elias V. Crawford, July 13th, 2047, 6:19 ship time. End of recording. Data package transmitted. Automatic repetition every 30 minutes until complete loss of ship power. The Meat Hat Circus. Hell on wheels. The old man sat hunched in the dim glow of a single bare bulb inside his battered trailer on the ragged edge of Willow Creek, a speck of a town in the American Midwest that time had mostly forgotten. Cornfields stretched out forever under the night sky, their dry stalks whispering like old bones rubbing together. The air inside the trailer smelled of stale coffee, cigarette smoke, and the faint metallic bite that never quite left his memories, no matter how many years passed. In his gnarled, liver-spotted hands, he clutched a fresh poster, the red ink still looking wet enough to smear. The Meat Hat Circus, final performance, free admission, come see the truth. He stared at it for a long, silent minute, then began to speak in a low, gravelly voice that carried the weight of 30 lost years. I was 23 back in the summer of '98. Willow Creek wasn't much even then. A dying little heartland town where the grain silos stood like rusty tombstones, and the only jobs left were at the feed mill or the truck stop. The downtown had 3 empty storefronts for every open one. Kids graduated high school and either joined the military or drove west on I-80 and never came back. The rest of us stayed because we didn't know where else to go. Me, my girlfriend Sarah, and my best friend Mike, we were the 3 who still acted like the world owed us something. Sarah worked the night shift at the diner, always smiling with those dimples that made half the town stupid. Mike fixed cars at Reed's garage and could make you laugh even when your paycheck bounced. I pumped gas and tried to write half-finished songs on an old guitar I could barely play. We spent most nights cruising the back roads in my beat-up Chevy, drinking warm beer from paper bags, talking about how one day we'd leave this town behind. We believed it, or at least we needed to believe it. That particular Friday night, the heat was thick and sticky. We were parked out by the old water tower, windows down, radio playing low. Around 11 o'clock, a couple of kids from the high school pulled up in a dented pickup and started talking loud enough for us to hear. Some kind of circus had just appeared overnight on the old fairgrounds past the grain silos. No posters, no radio ads, no advance team handing out flyers at the diner. Just there. A big black tent with red lights. Free admission. Word was spreading fast through the trailer parks and the bars. Sarah laughed that bright, easy laugh of hers and said, "Sounds like exactly the kind of stupid we need tonight." Mike slapped my shoulder and grinned. "Come on, man. When's the last time anything exciting happened in this shithole?" I shrugged, finished my beer, and we piled into the Chevy. The drive out there took 20 minutes on a potholed county road. The cornfields pressed close on both sides, headlights cutting tunnels through the dark. When we finally pulled up, the fairgrounds looked exactly like they always had: cracked asphalt, weeds pushing through the cracks, the skeleton of an old Ferris wheel rusting in the corner. Except now a massive black canvas tent squatted in the middle of it all, like it had grown there. Red bulbs lined the edges, pulsing slow and steady, the way a heart beats when it's afraid. Wooden wheels, old and splintered, sat half-sunk in the dirt beneath the tent walls. No generators humming, no trucks, no ticket booth except one skinny guy in a faded suit. We weren't alone. Half the town had shown up. Old Mrs. Harlan, the widow who knew every secret before the people involved did, hobbled along with her cane. Tommy Reed, the mechanic whose wife showed up at church with new bruises every other Sunday, arrived with a six-pack under his arm. Pastor Wilkins's 16-year-old daughter Emily was there with a group of friends, trying to hide the way her sweater stretched over her belly. The quiet librarian who always smelled faintly of whiskey. The used car salesman with the plastic smile. faces you saw every day at the gas station or the laundromat. We paid nothing. The ticket taker had no real face, just a mask of cracked white paint stretched into a permanent lipless grin that never reached his eyes. "Welcome," he rasped. "Tonight everyone sees exactly what they are." Inside, the air hit us like a wet blanket, burnt cotton candy, sawdust, and underneath it all, a sweet, heavy rot like meat left too long in the sun. The benches were rickety wood, half the lights flickering. The calliope organ in the corner played a cheerful melody that was always half a beat off, like a music box with a broken spring. Only 40 or 50 people filled the seats, but the tent felt overcrowded, suffocating, as if the canvas itself was breathing. The early acts were almost ordinary, almost comforting in their familiarity. Knife throwers in striped vests sent blades whistling past volunteers from the crowd, always missing by the width of a hair. Contortionists twisted their bodies into shapes that made your own bones ache in sympathy, joints popping louder than the weak applause. A fire eater swallowed flames that smelled strangely of sulfur and pork fat. Then the lights dimmed to a deep, bloody red, and the ringmaster stepped forward. They called him the Meat Hat. He was impossibly tall and thin, dressed in a faded crimson tailcoat that hung on him like loose skin. Atop his head sat the nightmare itself, a bulging, pulsating hat stitched together from layers of human skin and raw, glistening meat. It quivered with every breath he took. The brim dripped slowly, thick, dark fluid running down his shoulders in slow rivulets. His fingers had too many joints, clicking like insect legs. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, voice smooth as oil sliding over broken glass. "Welcome to the Meat Hat Circus. We travel the forgotten roads collecting the guilty, the liars, the betrayers, those who wear masks of honesty while their souls fester. We do not kill, we improve. We reshape you into the perfect reflection of your sins." He reached one long, many-jointed hand into the meat hat. When he withdrew it, he held up a tiny, shriveled human hand, still twitching. This belonged to the greedy farmer 2 counties over, always hoarding grain while his neighbors went hungry. Meet the hoarder. The hoarder shuffled out under the spotlight, a bloated torso on stumpy fused legs and arms that had grown together into useless swollen lumps. Extra limbs sprouted from his ribs like pale grasping worms, fingers opening and closing constantly. His belly was enormous and kept expanding and contracting with wet, gurgling sounds. His mouth had been sewn shut with thick black thread, but the stomach never stopped demanding. It growled and sloshed as if something alive was trying to claw its way out. The crowd shifted uncomfortably as the smell of starvation and rot rolled off him in waves. The meat hat dipped in again and produced a pair of still blinking human eyes. For the vain beauty queen who mocked everyone uglier than her, behold the glass-eyed lady. She turned slowly into the light. Her eye sockets held swirling silver mirrors instead of eyes. When she looked at the audience, reflections appeared, but warped. Mrs. Harlan saw herself ancient and tongueless. Tommy Reed saw his own face covered in his wife's blood. Emily whimpered as her reflection showed a belly splitting open to reveal nothing but black emptiness. The glass-eyed lady's own skin was cracked like old porcelain. Every time she tried to force a smile, the cracks widened and leaked clear fluid. Another dip, this time a long, matted lock of coarse black hair. For the envious sister who poisoned her prettier siblings' dreams out of jealousy, meet the hair weaver. She crawled onto the stage on all fours. Thick, barbed hair burst from every pore, not soft, but wire-like and alive. It wove itself into nooses and chains that wrapped around her own arms and legs, tightening with every heartbeat. Fresh strands pierced her skin from the inside, drawing thin lines of blood that the hair immediately drank. She whimpered as the hair tightened further, cutting deeper. The meat hat pulled out a small, withered tongue next. For the false preacher who sold salvation for cash, the pinhead prophet. His head was grotesquely elongated and compressed, the skull misshapen like an overripe fruit. Tiny religious symbols grew like tumors across his forehead, glowing faintly and burning his skin whenever he tried to stay silent. His tiny mouth moved constantly, whispering every lie he had ever told in a voice that carried to the front rows: fake healings, stolen donations, affairs with parishioners' wives. The words spilled out whether he wanted them to or not, louder and faster, until he was almost screaming. Then came the limb collector, a walking nightmare of mismatched limbs grafted at wrong angles all over his torso. Some arms still twitched with the muscle memory of their original owners. One leg kicked involuntarily as if trying to run away. His crime had been stealing body parts on the black market. Now those stolen pieces were his eternal prison, constantly pulling him in different directions, tearing at the seams where they had been crudely sewn into his flesh. And finally, before the real horror began, the echoing liar, a man whose entire body was covered in open ear-shaped slits. Every time someone in the audience spoke, even whispered, the slits repeated their words back in their own voice, but twisted and mocking. He had once been a gossip who destroyed lives with rumors. Now he could never stop hearing and repeating the very poison he used to spread. The meat hat smiled, his grotesque hat dripping faster now. All these beautiful improvements, and we're just getting started. The air in the tent had grown thicker, hotter. The canvas walls began to pulse like living lungs. Thick ropes on the ground stirred and slithered with wet, fleshy sounds. He pointed straight at Sarah. You, the abortion you hid from your boyfriend 6 months ago, the money you stole from him for gifts while you were fucking another man behind his back. Sarah went deathly pale. Her hand turned to ice in mine. She stammered, "He's lying. That's not..." The meat hat turned to Mike. "And you, best friend, how many times did you drain his last dollars? How many nights did you climb into his girl's bed while swearing to him she was pure? How many lies did you wrap around him like a warm blanket?" Mike's grin crumbled. The two people I trusted most looked at me with the same raw guilt carved into their faces. The tent came fully alive, the exits sealed with a sickening squelch of knitting flesh. The ropes rose like veins and began to coil. They took Sarah first. The mouth woman glided forward and seized Sarah's face in both hands. She forced a long, obscene kiss that seemed to last forever. When she finally pulled away, something wet and living passed between their mouths. New mouths erupted across Sarah's cheeks and forehead, ragged, toothed slits tearing through skin and muscle with audible wet rips. They immediately began whispering her secrets back at her in her own trembling voice. The lies, the stolen money, the other man's name moaned in the dark. But that was only the beginning. Her once beautiful face with those sweet dimples started to change in a horrifying rhythm. One moment her features twisted into a wide, manic laugh, the same bright laugh she used to give me when we drove through the cornfields at night, eyes crinkling, dimples deep. The next second, the expression collapsed into uncontrollable, choking sobs, tears streaming from eyes that were already swelling shut. Laugh, sob, laugh, sob. The cycle grew faster and more violent, her new mouths joining in, some giggling wetly, others wailing like grieving widows. Her hands, still mostly intact at first, began to knead and squeeze her own body as if she were on display for an invisible audience. She rubbed her breasts, her thighs, her rotting belly, fingers digging into flesh that was already turning soft and black at the edges. Pus and dark fluid leaked between her knuckles as she pinched and massaged, presenting herself like a sideshow performer begging for applause, even while chunks of her skin sloughed off and fell to the dirt with soft, wet plops. The smell of decay rolled off her in thick waves, sweet and meaty like spoiled fruit mixed with blood. Her legs buckled, but she kept kneading, kept alternating between that broken laughter and those endless mascara-streaked tears until they dragged her away, still performing, still rotting, still trapped in an eternal loop of fake joy and real despair. Mike fought like a wild animal. They strapped him to the wheel of fortune. It spun with the grinding of bones. Hooks of black sinew and barbed lies descended. They flayed his skin in long, curling sheets. Beneath was only a writhing nest of dark threads. Every lie he had ever told me made flesh. The threads lashed out and stitched him into something new. His arms were the first to go. The hooks sliced clean through at the elbows with a sound like wet wood splitting. The severed forearms dropped to the floor, still twitching, fingers curled as if reaching for one last handshake. Where the stumps ended, ragged flesh knitted itself shut, but black threads kept pouring out, forming crude, useless hooks that couldn't grip anything. His mouth was next. The threads ripped his tongue out by the root in one sharp yank, leaving a gaping, bloody hole that could only gurgle and drool. No more smooth lies could ever leave those lips. What remained of his face tore wider into a permanent clown's rictus grin, cheeks splitting to accommodate it, while his eyes, still painfully human, bulged with unending horror and regret. He became the betrayer clown, arms ending in bloody stumps, tongue gone forever, body jerking in silent, voiceless apologies that no one would ever hear. I stood frozen as the people I loved most were remade into monsters that perfectly fit their sins. The meat hat finally approached me. He plunged his fingers deep into the quivering mass on his head and withdrew a single bloody human tooth. "Keep it," he murmured. "If you ever begin lying to yourself, we'll return for the rest." At dawn, the tent folded in on itself like a living thing digesting its meal and rolled away on creaking wheels into the mist, leaving only scattered clothing and the stench of sugar and corruption. The old man fell silent for a long time, turning the fresh poster over and over in his hands. 30 years. I kept that tooth in a jar on my shelf. Mrs. Harlan still lives down the block. She lost her tongue that night and now writes everything on little note cards. Tommy Reed vanished completely. Emily still walks the fairgrounds some nights, whispering to the empty space where her baby never grew. I told myself I was strong for never trusting anyone again, but the truth was simpler and uglier. My sin was weakness of will, refusal to accept what Sarah and Mike had really been, living every single day trapped in memories of the way Sarah's dimples appeared when she smiled at me, the way Mike would slap my back and call me brother. I clung to those beautiful lies because facing the truth would have meant admitting I had been a blind, pathetic fool whose love was built on sand. 2 days ago, this new poster appeared nailed to my trailer door. Tonight is the final performance. I'm going back. Not for revenge, not for answers. I'm going because I still can't let them go, because even knowing what they became, Sarah laughing and crying and rotting while she kneaded herself like a performer who couldn't stop, Mike gurgling silently from a mouth with no tongue and arms with no hands. I still love the versions of them that only ever existed inside my head. That's my sin, weakness, denial, living forever in the past instead of facing what was real. If I don't come back, the meat hat will finally have one more piece for his collection. The old man stood slowly, joints creaking like old wood. He tucked the poster into his coat pocket, picked up his old flashlight from the table, and headed for the trailer door. If you ever hear that cheerful, slightly wrong calliope music drifting through the cornfields at night, stay inside, lock your doors, face your truths before they come looking for you. Because the Meat Hat Circus is miniature hell on wheels. It doesn't kill the guilty, it improves them, and sometimes the worst monster is the one who walks back in willingly, still clinging to his beautiful, deadly memories. Outside, far across the fields but growing steadily closer, the faint, off-key melody of the calliope began to play, cheerful, inviting, and terribly wrong. The old man clicked on his flashlight and stepped into the darkness, walking toward the fairgrounds one last time.
Alec Harlan had seen enough dead men in his time to know the difference between a clean kill and something that had been unwound. The body they found out by the old Marfa Lights Road wasn't shot, wasn't stabbed, wasn't even bitten in the usual way. It was simply empty. Skin like dry parchment stretched over bones that looked too small, as if the meat had been sucked out from the inside and the husk left to bake under the relentless West Texas sun for days on end, turning it into something fragile and forgotten. The sheriff's deputy who called him in said the man's name was Elias Crow, a freelance geologist who'd been poking around the Chihuahuan Badlands for oil leases and what he called Indian junk. Last seen 3 days ago, talking to anyone who would listen about something moving under the dunes, something alive in the sand itself, shifting and breathing when the wind died down. Harlan didn't believe in ghosts, but he believed in patterns. And the pattern here was starting to look like the kind that ended with men staring at the ceiling of a padded room, muttering incoherently about shapes in the sand that shifted when no one was looking, whispering names they shouldn't know. He drove out at dusk. The sky the color of old blood, the horizon swallowing the last light like it was hungry for more darkness. The road turned to gravel, then to nothing but tire ruts through mesquite bushes and creosote that scratched at the sides of his truck like desperate fingers. Dust rose behind him in a long tail, hanging in the still air as if reluctant to settle, watching him go. He parked where the deputy had marked the spot with yellow crime scene tape flapping weakly in the hot wind. The dune rose behind it, big, smooth, kind that looked like it had been poured there by a careless god who had long since forgotten about it. Sand the color of burnt sienna, rippled like water frozen mid-wave, perfect and unnatural under the fading light, as if the desert itself was holding its breath. Crow's Jeep was still there, doors open wide, keys dangling in the ignition like an invitation no one should accept. Inside, scattered maps marked with red X's in frantic handwriting, core samples in plastic tubes cracked from heat, a half-empty bottle of mezcal with a label peeling at the edges, and a small black stone no bigger than a child's fist resting on the passenger seat like it belonged there. Harlan picked it up carefully. It was warm, though the night was cooling fast and the metal of the Jeep was already cold to the touch. Carved into its surface, a coiled serpent whose tail ended not in a rattle, but in a scorpion's vicious sting. Eyes suggested by shallow pits that seemed to follow his finger as he turned the stone slowly in the dim light. Watching, waiting, judging. He pocketed it. Bad idea, maybe, but evidence was evidence, and something about the weight of it in his coat pocket felt wrong, like it belonged somewhere else entirely, somewhere deep and dark and patient. That night in the cheap motel room in Alpine with its flickering neon sign buzzing outside the window like an insect trapped in glass, he dreamed of sand. Not the friendly kind you build castles with on a beach vacation. This sand moved with purpose. It flowed uphill against all logic, whispering in a language that wasn't words, but the rasp of scales dragging across stone, the dry click of chitin legs marching in unison through endless tunnels. The sand surrounded him, pressed against his skin, seeped into his mouth and nose until he couldn't breathe, filling his lungs with grains that tasted of ancient salt and forgotten seas. He woke up gasping, tasting dust on his tongue, his throat raw as if he'd swallowed handfuls of it over hours. And there, crawling slowly across his pillow, a small scorpion, pale, almost translucent, its tail arched high in silent threat. He crushed it with the mezcal bottle from the Jeep. It burst wetly, like overripe fruit, leaving a dark smear on the white cotton that looked too much like blood in the moonlight. Next morning, he drove back to the dune, the stone still warm in his pocket, as if it had never left his skin, as if it had grown roots into his flesh during the night. The wind had shifted the sand overnight. New patterns etched across the surface, almost like tracks, but not human, too sinuous, too many legs implied in the shallow grooves that curved and twisted like living things had passed there in the dark. He followed them up the slope, boots sinking ankle deep with every step, the sand pulling at him like it didn't want to let go. At the crest, a depression, like something had burrowed out, or in. The edges were smooth, too smooth, as if the dune had opened its mouth and closed it again. He knelt. The sand here was different, finer, almost black at the bottom, like powdered obsidian mixed with ash. He brushed it away with trembling fingers. Underneath, a face, not human, not anymore. Elias Crow's features, stretched and melted into the dune itself, mouth open in a silent scream that went on forever, eyes replaced by twin pits of obsidian that reflected nothing but darkness. Sand poured from the sockets like slow tears, endless, patient. Harlan stumbled back. The wind rose suddenly, carrying a hiss that might have been laughter, or a name, his name, repeated softly, insistently. He ran to the Jeep, heart hammering against his ribs like it wanted out. The black stone in his pocket felt heavier, warmer, almost alive. He threw it out the window as he sped away, watched it tumble into the dust. But when he looked in the rearview mirror, it was back on the passenger seat, sand clinging to it like a second skin, mocking him. That was 2 days ago. Now the whispers followed him everywhere, in the hum of the air conditioner that never quite cooled the room, in the rattle of his truck's suspension over endless bad roads, in the dry scratch of scorpions under motel baseboards at 3 in the morning. They said the same thing, over and over, in a voice that was many voices layered together. We were here before the seas dried. We will be here when the last well runs dry. Join us, Jack. The sand is patient. He hadn't slept since. The bottle was empty. The stone sat on the dashboard now, watching him drive, watching him think, watching him break. And outside, in the parking lot under sodium lights, the shadows were moving wrong, coiling, stinging, waiting for the wind to carry them closer, waiting for him to stop running. He knew he should drive east, back to Houston, back to concrete and neon where things made sense, where the ground didn't breathe. But the dune called, and the sand never forgets. Harlan shook off the haze, gripping the steering wheel until his knuckles whitened. He wasn't done yet. Crow's disappearance wasn't just some desert freak show. There was money in it. The geologist's sister had wired him $5,000 up front. Another 5 if he found out what happened. Oil prospecting in these parts meant big stakes. Leases worth millions if Crow had hit black gold beneath the dunes. But the maps in the Jeep showed he'd been drilling test holes far from the usual Permian plays, out in the forgotten edges where the Chihuahuan Desert met the Rio Grande, places where borders blurred, and not just the geographical kind. Word got around fast in border towns like Presidio. Harlan stopped at a dusty cantina off Highway 67, the kind with bullet holes in the walls from old arguments that never really ended. The bartender, a grizzled Mexican-American named Raul, poured him a lukewarm beer and leaned in when Harlan flashed Crow's photo. "Yeah, I seen him, couple weeks back, talking to some rough types, cartel runners. I'd bet my truck on it. Said he needed guides for the Badlands, something about ancient reservoirs under the sand. Not oil, though. Sounded loco, like he was chasing ghosts instead of crude." Cartel. Harlan's gut twisted. The Sinaloa offshoots had been using these dunes for years, smuggling routes for fentanyl, migrants, whatever paid the most. The desert swallowed tracks, and Border Patrol drones couldn't see through the heat mirages that danced like fever dreams. But lately, rumors floated. Mules vanishing, whole crews gone without a trace. No bodies, no ransoms, just empty camps, trucks half buried in sudden sandstorms that came from nowhere and left nothing behind. Harlan tracked down a lead. A low-level enforcer holed up in a trailer park near Big Bend. The guy, twitchy and scarred, spilled after $100 and a promise of anonymity. Our boys were running a load, coke from Ojinaga, crossed the river, headed north through the dunes. Boss said there's a new path, shortcut past the patrols, but they never checked in. We sent a scout, found their gear, but the men, gone, like the sand ate 'em whole. The enforcer crossed himself quickly, and the tracks, coiled, like snakes, scorpions everywhere, man. Not normal ones, big, with eyes that glow in the dark. Harlan left with a name, El Escorpion, the cartel boss controlling this stretch of border. Real name, Ramon Valdez, holed up in a fortified ranch outside Marfa. Not the kind of man you visited uninvited, but Harlan had a badge from his old days and a .45 that still spoke loud when words failed. The ranch was a mirage of luxury amid the scrub. Adobe walls topped with razor wire, guards with AKs patrolling under floodlights that cut harsh shadows. Harlan parked his truck at the gate, hands visible. "Tell Valdez I'm here about his missing mules and Elias Crow." After a tense wait, they let him in. Valdez was in the courtyard, lounging by a fountain that mocked the desert dryness with its endless trickle. Mid-50s, sharp suit, scorpion tattoo curling up his neck like a warning. Eyes like black obsidian pits, reflecting nothing. "Detective Harlan," Valdez said, voice smooth as venom sliding over glass. "Or should I say ex-detective? Houston PD kicked you out for that little incident. Drinking on the job, was it? Or was it the bribes you took to look the other way?" Harlan ignored the jab. "Your men disappeared in the same dunes where Crow went missing. He was prospecting for oil, but found something else. An artifact. Black stone, serpent, scorpion thing." Valdez's smile faded like smoke. He gestured to a table, poured 2 shots of tequila with steady hands. "Sit. You think this is about oil? Or drugs? No, gringo. This land is old. Older than the Apaches. Older than the Spaniards who came with crosses and swords. My abuelo told stories. The Padre de las Arenas. The Sand Father. A god from when this was ocean bottom, eons ago. It sleeps under the dunes, but disturbances wake it. Your geologist, with his drills and his greed, he poked the hive." Harlan sipped the tequila, feeling it burn all the way down. "And your smugglers?" Valdez leaned forward, voice dropping to a whisper that matched the ones in Harlan's head. "They were carrying more than coke. One of them found a cave during a storm. Artifacts, like your stone. Thought they could sell them on the black market for a fortune. Idiots. The Sand Father doesn't like thieves. It sends its children, the serpents that burrow through flesh, the scorpions that whisper secrets until your mind cracks open like dry earth. My men, they weren't killed. They were claimed, turned to sand from the inside out. I sent a team to retrieve the goods. Same fate. Bodies empty, faces melted into the dunes like wax under flame. A chill ran down Harlan's spine, despite the heat that pressed in from all sides. The whispers in his head grew louder, echoing Valdez's words like an answer. He pulled out the stone, placed it on the table between them. It pulsed warmly, almost beating. Valdez recoiled as if burned. Madre de Dios, you have it. That's the key, the summoner. Throw it away, fool, before it's too late. But as Harlan reached for it, the ground trembled. A low rumble, like distant thunder rolling under the earth. Sand began to sift through cracks in the courtyard tiles. Impossible, this far from the dunes. Impossible, but happening. Guards shouted, rifles up, but then one screamed, high.
Apartment 44. Alex Moore always preferred to see the world through a lens rather than look people in the eye. At 26, he had escaped from a small town in Ohio where the only entertainment was Friday beers and football talk. He arrived in Hong Kong 3 years ago on a student visa, City University of Hong Kong, master's program in digital marketing. The diploma was just an excuse. The real reason was the chance to disappear. No one called from home except his mom every 2 weeks. No friends, no girlfriend, not even a cat. Just him, his Canon EOS R6 camera, and this insane, pulsating city that never sleeps. Alex worked as a freelancer, shooting street fashion for local brands, food and wan chai cafes, and occasionally corporate events. Days were filled with lectures and deadlines. Nights belonged to the streets. He loved Hong Kong for exactly this contradiction. Glass and steel skyscrapers towering above narrow alleys that smelled of incense, roast duck, and old concrete that still remembered the British. His favorite spot was Victoria Peak. Almost every weekend, unless a typhoon was pouring down, he would take the funicular up, set up his tripod at the viewpoint, and wait for the magic hour. When the sun sank behind Lantau and the city lights came on like someone had scattered 1,000,000 pearls across black velvet. At first, his photos were simply beautiful. Panoramas of the harbor, neon reflections in rain puddles, blurred silhouettes of passers-by. Alex posted them on his small Instagram at AlexMoore_PH, 300 followers. Mostly other lone photographers. The comments were polite. Great composition, bro. How did you catch that light? He first noticed something strange in photo number 17. It was an ordinary evening on the peak. The rain had just stopped, and the air was heavy and damp. Alex was shooting a panorama from Central toward Kowloon. When he got home and opened the raw file on his big monitor, there was a figure in the lower left corner, tall, wearing a long dark coat, even though the rain had ended and everyone else was in light jackets. The face was blurry, but the head was slightly turned, as if looking straight into the lens. Alex zoomed in to the maximum. Pixels broke apart, but the eyes, they were too sharp. Too alive for a silhouette. Just a reflection or some tourist, he thought, and removed the photo from his feed. But he kept the original. 4 days later, photo number 23, Temple Street Night Market. Crowds, the smell of seafood, vendors shouting. In a handheld shot, a 7-year-old girl in an old-fashioned red dress stood in the crowd. She was holding someone's hand. Except there was no hand next to her, just empty space. Alex opened the file in Lightroom, raised the exposure, played with contrast. The girl wasn't looking at the camera. She was looking toward the peak, exactly at the spot where he had shot 4 days earlier. Photo number 31. An old man in pajamas sitting on the edge of a rooftop in one of the old mid-levels buildings. His hand pointed downward, along the street. Alex checked the metadata. All the photos had been taken within a 3-kilometer radius of the same district. That was when he sat down for a thorough analysis. It was Saturday, 2 in the morning. Alex turned off all the lights in his tiny Mongkok studio, leaving only the monitor on. 3 screens connected to his MacBook. He opened the folder, Hong Kong 2026. And started from the first suspicious shot. Zoomed in. Compared it with Google Maps. Opened Photoshop, layered the images, highlighted the figures. Each new anomaly appeared a little closer to the next on the previous photo. The tall man in the coat, number 17, stood at the edge of the viewpoint, looking down toward Devo Road. The woman in the old black Ao Dai, number 19, on the same street, by a shop window that had been gone for 5 years. The girl, number 23, on Temple Street, pointing northwest with her finger. The old man, number 31, on the rooftop, his arms stretched exactly along the line the others had drawn. Alex opened a map of Hong Kong. He plotted the points on Google Earth. The line was uneven, but clear. It wound through old neighborhoods now being demolished for new complexes and ended at a small alley in mid-levels, where the map showed an empty space. Victoria Heights Residential Complex, completion 2027. A satellite image from 2 months ago still showed an old 10-story residential block. Yellow, peeling, with rusty balconies. Lonely, like a tooth no one had remembered to pull. Photo number 38. The tall man in the coat was now standing at the entrance to that very building. In his hand, something shiny, a key. Alex felt a chill run down his spine. He opened all 44 photos in sequence. With each new shot, the figures became clearer. They weren't just appearing, they were moving, leading him, like arrows on an old treasure map, except instead of gold, something far worse. He tried to convince himself it was Photoshop, a camera glitch, or reflections from streetlights. But the raw files didn't lie. He even took the camera to the Canon service center in Central. They said everything was perfect. Then he started walking the same routes during the day. Not a single figure, not a trace, only in the photos. By the end of the 3rd week, Alex wasn't sleeping anymore. His eyes were red. His fingers trembled when he pressed the shutter. He knew he should stop, but he couldn't. Every new frame felt like a letter someone desperately wanted him to read. In photo number 44, the tall man in the coat stood right in front of the old building's entrance. The door was ajar. On the sign above the entrance, barely visible numbers, 4 and 4. Alex understood he could no longer wait. The night was humid. A typhoon had passed by, but the air still felt heavy, like a wet towel. He took only his camera, tripod, flashlight, and phone. The taxi dropped him off by the construction fence. Cranes, concrete blocks, signs reading, danger, demolition, and in the middle, it. The old residential block built in 1987. Yellow paint peeling, balconies sagging, windows on the upper floors smashed. But the building stood, despite everything. The entrance was open. Inside smelled of mold, old incense, and something sickly sweet, as if something living was rotting here. The stairs creaked under his sneakers. On the walls, faded red characters. Ping An, peace and safety. Someone had once tried to make this place feel like home. Alex climbed slowly. On every floor, empty apartments with doors wide open. No furniture, no belongings. Only the echo of his footsteps. On the 4th floor he stopped. Apartment 44. The door was ajar. The number 44 hung crookedly. In Chinese, 4 sounds almost like death. Twice. That was no coincidence. He pushed the door open. Inside it was dark, but moonlight barely filtered through the broken window, painting everything in a deathly blue hue. The walls were completely covered with his photographs. Hundreds, thousands, some already yellowed with age. Red arrows and circles around the figures. But now he saw something else. Between the photos were drawn Taoist symbols, many crossed out with black paint, and over them, other signs, blood red, writhing as if alive. In the center of the room, on an old table, stood a vintage Polaroid, and beside it, a stack of fresh prints. The air was heavy and sickly sweet. A rustle. Not one. Many. They emerged from the shadows. Not mere ghosts. Something far worse. The tall man in the coat stepped forward first. Now Alex saw him clearly. The skin on his face was black and cracked like charred bark, and beneath it pulsed red veins as if lava flowed inside. His eyes were 2 vertical slits burning yellow. When he smiled, his mouth stretched too wide, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. "You've finally brought us food," he said, and his voice was not human. Low, multi-layered with growling undertones, as if dozens of throats spoke at once. Beside him rose the woman in the Aodai. Her black dress moved on its own, though there was no air in the room. Black sludge dripped from under the hem, leaving smoking trails on the floor. Her face was beautiful, until she turned her head at an unnatural angle. Her neck cracked, and her true features appeared, a hole instead of a nose and a mouth full of tiny, sharp teeth. The girl in the red dress giggled. The sound was like metal scraping glass. Her eyes were completely black, no whites, and when she smiled, a long black tongue slid out and licked her cheek. The old man in pajamas was the most horrifying. His body was twisted, bones protruding in several places, and from the wounds leaked something glowing green. He raised his hand, fingers ending in long claws. Alex stumbled backward. His heart pounded so hard it felt like it would burst. What are you?" he whispered. The tall man laughed. The laughter echoed through the room, and the photographs on the walls trembled. "We are what the Taoists called Gimo, demons bound to this place. In 1987, a little feast happened here. We devoured all the residents, slowly, savored every scream. The children were especially delicious. When the stench spread through the neighborhood, the mages came. They sealed us. Not because we were poor lost souls," he grinned even wider, "but because we are hungry, always hungry, and now you have become our new mouth." The woman extended her hand. Her fingers lengthened into black tentacles and touched Alex's chest. He felt something enter him, cold, sticky, alive, a thread. But now he understood. It wasn't just a connection, it was an anchor, a parasite. "We cannot go far because of the seal," she hissed. "But you can. You will walk, watch, photograph every dark alley, every lonely passerby, every weak soul, and we will watch through your eyes and sometimes taste." The girl crawled closer on all fours, bending her back unnaturally. "And if you refuse, we will tighten the thread, and you will stay here forever. You will become our food, slowly, for years." Alex understood. The Taoist mages had not sealed this building for nothing. They had saved the city. These creatures were not victims. They were predators, ancient, ravenous, delighting in suffering. The tall man nodded. "Go, bring us the city, piece by piece, every night." The door behind Alex opened by itself. He ran out, stumbling, nearly falling down the stairs. Behind him he heard their laughter, multi-voiced, demonic, full of anticipation. A week passed. Alex tried to resist. He locked the door, drank, prayed, though he had never been religious, and even went to a Taoist temple in Wan Chai and showed a monk one of the photographs. The old monk turned pale, burned the paper, and said only, "Run from the city. The seal is weakening. They have already found a loophole." But the thread inside wouldn't let him. Every night, exactly at 23:47, it began to burn. First like a mild heat, then like red-hot wire in his chest. He would grab his camera and go out. His feet carried him to dark alleys, empty rooftops, old neighborhoods. Now something new appeared in his photographs. Sometimes in the reflection of a shop window he saw them standing behind him, no longer silhouettes, but real demonic figures. They smiled. Sometimes they touched passers-by with long black fingers, and those people would disappear the next day or go mad. Alex no longer slept. He had become a shadow of himself. His eyes were sunken, his skin pale as a corpse. Sometimes in the mirror, he saw the black thread pulsing under the skin on his chest. His fate was now simple and eternal, to wander Hong Kong night after night, clicking the shutter and bringing them new victims, piece by piece of the city, piece by piece of human pain, until one night the thread tightens completely, until he collapses in some dark alley with the camera in his hands, until the last photograph in the reflection of the shattered lens shows not just ghosts, but real demons, sated, satisfied, waiting for the next shot. And somewhere in the sealed building, in apartment 44, they will look at the new images and whisper in chorus, "More. One more alley. One more night. We have been so hungry for so long."
Shut up and listen. Right fucking now. 2 hours ago, El Payaso Loco had 4 segadores on their knees in the warehouse. He slaps on the red rubber nose, honk honk, and screams into the GoPro. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to How to Lose Your Head Without Losing Your Smile. Tonight's lucky pendejo, the guy who thought he could run product through our turf without even buying the clown a beer. He grabs the first one by the hair. What's a segador's worst nightmare? Getting his head chopped off and still owing Holy Death for blade rental. Head rolls, blood sprays like a busted piñata full of hot sauce. He catches it one-handed, holds it up to the camera. Next caller! What does a headless Sicario tell Holy Death? Hey, Skinny, give me back my brain. Without it, I can't laugh at your shitty jokes. El Carnicero mutters low, Boss, another timeless classic. We should carve it on your tombstone, right next to your massive ego. La Viuda Negra, dry and cutting. Brilliant, as always, Payaso. Your material is so sharp, it's a miracle it hasn't cut your own tongue out yet. El Diablo Chico, polite venom. Pure genius, boss. Even the corpses are laughing. Or maybe that's just rigor mortis setting in nice and early. You, Phantasma, next one's yours. Make it funny, or your skull becomes my backup horn. Come on, bastard! That's when the lights died. Air turned to ice. And she appeared. Holy Death. White dress soaked red, holding Payaso's own severed hand like a limp joke prop. She tilted her skull and giggled, dry, bone-rattling, like dice made of teeth shaking in a bag. Payaso froze mid-laugh. Rubber nose drops. His real nose starts bleeding. Then everything else. That's how the cartel's funniest bastard became the punchline. Call me El Phantasma. Bullets forgot me, until Holy Death remembered the bill. We were Los Espectros Negros, hauling bricks in trucks that smelled like fear sweat and cheap tequila, cleaning rival brains with bleach, praying every night to Holy Death so the next bullet would pick someone else's skull. The war with Los Segadores de Jalisco was 3 years of pure clownery. They dumped bodies on bridges in clown makeup with signs, "Happy Death from Holy Death. Your sister tasted better than your Coke." But nobody owned comedy like El Payaso Loco. Before every hit, full routine in the safe house. Why do Segadores use drones? Because even they don't want front row seats to my jokes. El Carnicero, respectful acid. Boss, that one's practically an antique. Museum material right there. La Viuda Negra, calm, razor. Always elevating the genre, Payaso. Shame your delivery can't match your material. El Diablo Chico, quiet poison. Legendary as usual, boss. The dead must be your biggest fans. They never heckle. Protection wasn't free. Every 21 days, blood tribute. Rooster, dog, some tied-up fool. Month 5, I said it out loud. Boss, I'm done. No more innocence for your punchlines. Payaso laughed till black tears ran. Innocence? Kid, your sense of humor is the only innocent here. Holy Death collects anyway, now with late fees and savage burns. She's already writing your exit joke. Then the dreams started. She appears in my shack, dress red like fresh blood. Behind her, my kills. One waves a stump, another swings guts like a lasso. She whispers, "All those gifts you sent me? Now I'm gift wrapping you. Bow on your balls, note says, return to sender." Wake up, pillow swimming in someone else's blood, black hair glued with cum and cigar ash. 3 days later, Doña Rosa found without a heart. Knife on her chest. Thanks for the deposit. Next bill, your balls. No grace period. Then the canyon ambush. Shut up and listen. Right fucking now. 2 hours ago, El Payaso Loco had 4 segadores on their knees in the warehouse. He slaps on the red rubber nose. Honk honk, and screams into the GoPro. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to How to Lose Your Head Without Losing Your Smile. Tonight's lucky pendejo, the guy who thought he could run product through our turf without even buying the clown a beer. He grabs the first one by the hair. What's a segador's worst nightmare? Getting his head chopped off and still owing Holy Death for blade rental. Head rolls, blood sprays like a busted piñata full of hot sauce. He catches it one-handed, holds it up to the camera. Next caller! What does a headless Sicario tell Holy Death? Hey, Skinny, give me back my brain. Without it, I can't laugh at your shitty jokes. El Carnicero mutters low. Boss, another timeless classic. We should carve it on your tombstone, right next to your massive ego. La Viuda Negra, dry and cutting. Brilliant, as always, Payaso. Your material is so sharp, it's a miracle it hasn't cut your own tongue out yet. El Diablo Chico, polite venom. Pure genius, boss. Even the corpses are laughing. Or maybe that's just rigor mortis setting in nice and early. You, Phantasma, next one's yours. Make it funny, or your skull becomes my backup horn. Come on, bastard! That's when the lights died. Air turned to ice. And she appeared. Holy Death. White dress soaked red, holding Payaso's own severed hand like a limp joke prop. She tilted her skull and giggled. Dry, bone rattling, like dice made of teeth shaking in a bag. Payaso froze mid-laugh. Rubber nose drops. His real nose starts bleeding. Then everything else. That's how the cartel's funniest bastard became the punchline. Call me El Phantasma. Bullets forgot me, until Holy Death remembered the bill. We were Los Espectros Negros, hauling bricks in trucks that smelled like fear sweat and cheap tequila, cleaning rival brains with bleach, praying every night to Holy Death so the next bullet would pick someone else's skull. The war with Los Segadores de Jalisco was 3 years of pure clownery. They dumped bodies on bridges in clown makeup with signs, "Happy Death from Holy Death. Your sister tasted better than your Coke." But nobody owned comedy like El Payaso Loco. Before every hit, full routine in the safe house. Why do Segadores use drones? Because even they don't want front row seats to my jokes. El Carnicero, respectful acid. Boss, that one's practically an antique. Museum material right there. La Viuda Negra, calm, razor. Always elevating the genre, payaso. Shame your delivery can't match your material. El Diablo Chico, quiet poison. Legendary as usual, boss. The dead must be your biggest fans. They never heckle. Protection wasn't free. Every 21 days, blood tribute. Rooster, dog, some tied-up fool. Month 5, I said it out loud. Boss, I'm done. No more innocence for your punchlines. Payaso laughed till black tears ran. Innocence? Kid, your sense of humor is the only innocent here. Holy Death collects anyway, now with late fees and savage burns. She's already writing your exit joke. Then the dreams started. She appears in my shack, dress red like fresh blood. Behind her, my kills. One waves a stump, another swings guts like a lasso. She whispers, "All those gifts you sent me? Now I'm gift wrapping you. Bow on your balls, note says, return to sender." Wake up, pillow swimming in someone else's blood, black hair glued with cum and cigar ash. 3 days later, Doña Rosa found without a heart, knife on her chest. Thanks for the deposit. Next bill, your balls. No grace period. Then the canyon ambush.
Dr. Elias Crow had always considered the swamps of the Mississippi Delta a geological mistake. Too much water, too little land, too many mosquitoes. These bayous formed a labyrinth of black, oily water, where cypress trees rose from the mud like the gnawed bones of some gigantic beast. Spanish moss hung in heavy, damp curtains, concealing shapes, muffling every sound. The air was thick, saturated with the smell of rotting leaves, sulfur, and old metallic blood, as though an ancient ocean had once spilled here and never fully receded. Every step produced a wet, sucking sound. The swamp breathed beneath your feet, tasting, deciding whether to let you go. Remy, the guide, with faded veve tattoos on his forearms, walked ahead in silence. Only occasionally did he pause, listening to something Crow could not hear, then shake his head. People used to pray here, Doctor. Not to God, not to the Loa, to something older. My mama said, if you see bones arranged in a spiral, leave. They didn't just die, they gave themselves. The first day passed in monotonous progress. The outboard motor coughed. Water slapped the hull. Insects swarmed the lantern light. By evening, they made camp, on a tiny patch of semi-solid ground, more of a hummock overgrown with moss. The night was suffocating. Crow tossed in his sleeping bag, listening as the water tapped gently against the roots, like fingers drumming on wood. Sometimes it seemed the tapping followed a rhythm, one steady, slow beat, like a heartbeat beneath the mud. On the second day, the swamp grew denser. Cypress trunks stood closer, their roots weaving nets above the water, forcing the boat to zigzag. Remy pointed at something floating, white fragments, bones, not alligator, human, ribs, vertebrae, pieces of skull. Some were ancient, yellowed, coated in green patina. Others fresher, with scraps of dried flesh still clinging. Crow leaned over, lifted one skull. On the crown, a faded spiral, drawn in red clay. Haitian, Remy said quietly. Runaways hid here, thought the swamp was safer than the plantations. But they found something worse than chains. Crow felt a chill run down his spine, but brushed it off. Science. Evidence. They pressed on. By the evening of the second day, the mound appeared ahead, low, almost swallowed by the mire, only its crown protruding, covered in dwarf cypress and moss. Around its base, the water was littered with bones, skulls with shattered foreheads, ribs carefully arranged in spiral patterns, vertebrae threaded onto thin cypress twigs, like beads. Some bones laid out in the shapes of veve, papalegba, barren samedi, but every line converged toward the center, toward one great spiral. On one skull, scraps of fabric still clung, remnants of a white shirt, soaked black with mud. The smell grew stronger. Salt, gunpowder, rum, old blood. Remy stopped dead. They made offerings here, not animals, people, to appease him. They thought it was Damballa, the serpent protector, but it was something else. They set camp 100 meters away. Crow couldn't sit still. He took the metal detector, began probing near the base. Every beep echoed in his skull. At a depth of about 5 feet, something metallic. They dug carefully, shovels sinking into sucking mud. A copper plate emerged, repoussé work, bearing the same spiral. Around it, more bones, fingers clenched in a fist, a femur carved with distorted veve, extra curls leading inward to the center. The smell of salt became unbearable, like an ancient ocean had seeped up through the earth. The third night arrived slowly, like a tide. First came silence, too complete. Even the insects fell quiet. Then, breathing, low, pulsing from beneath the mound, as though enormous lungs rose and fell under layers of mud. Crow sat by the fire, staring into the flames, when he heard a splash. Not a fish. Something heavy rose and sank again. Remy swept the flashlight in the black water around the camp. A skull bobbed, one that hadn't been there during the day. Ribs arranged in a veve slowly rotated on the surface, as though an invisible hand were repositioning them. Remy began to pray, fast, feverish. He sprinkled flour, poured rum, scattered egret feathers and black powder that smelled of gunpowder and graveyard dirt. With a trembling hand, he drew veve on the mud, whispering the names of the Loa. Crow watched, the lantern light shake in his grip. When Remy spoke the name Damballa, the water rippled without wind. The cypresses swayed. Spanish moss quivered like living threads. From the cracks in the mound, black slime began to ooze, slowly, thickly, climbing the trunks against all reason. Within the slime, red veins throbbed, tiny spores glowed with thousands of pinprick eyes. Hyphae, thin as spider silk, reached toward Remy and brushed his legs. He screamed. The sound broke, became someone else's, female, old, with a Creole accent, soaked in the echo of drums. They brought us offerings for centuries, blood for blood, bones for roots. They thought they fed the serpent. They fed the father of the bayous. Turua Gentlu remembers every scream, every drop. Now he hungers again, and you are the next gifts. The slime wrapped Remy's legs, sprouting through skin. His body arched, eyes rolled back. Crow bolted for the boat, tripped on a root, fell into the water, cold, salty, whispering his name. He looked back. The mound was gone. In its place rose an enormous mass, an abscess of earth, covered in moss, shells, fungal growths, and hundreds of bones. Skulls protruded like spines. Ribs formed the ribs of the thing itself. Fingers pointed skyward. Tentacles reached upward, draped with scraps of victims' clothing and old vive. Spore eyes blinked in unison, not malice. Recognition, the taste of a mind after millions of years of hunger. Crow gunned the motor until the tank ran dry. He swam, waded chest deep through mire, where bones snagged his legs as though trying to hold him. He reached the highway at dawn, drenched, caked in mud, clutching the copper plate and feeling a faint prickling in his veins, as though the hyphae had already taken root inside. Back in Baton Rouge, Crow locked the plate in a bank safety deposit box, but it changed nothing. Nights became torture. Rain drummed the roof in imitation of the swamp's breathing, and voices spoke inside his head, not hallucinations, but something real, growing from within. First the old woman's Creole voice, then Remy's, hoarse and broken, and finally a chorus of those who had made offerings a century ago, all whispering the same refrain, like a mantra. Come back, Elias. Come back and bring friends. The bayous remember every step, every drop of blood. The bones wait for new spirals. Turua Gentlu calls you home. This is only the beginning, spreading through the river, through the cities, through the dreams of the whole world. Crow began to plan, not resistance, return. He stared at the map, tracing routes with his finger, feeling the prickling intensify. He knew when he returned, the bayous would not let go. They would expand, claiming new land. And this would be only the beginning, the sequel, in which the whisper becomes a scream, and the bones become the foundation of a new world. The swamp is silent, but it is already sprouting, and it is calling new guests. End for now.
I always believed New York was a city that held you close until it started to suffocate you. By day, it's alive. The buzz of NYU's campus in Greenwich Village, lecture halls smelling of old books and burnt coffee, friends laughing over greasy slices in Washington Square Park. But after midnight, the city changes. It becomes something ancient, wet, indifferent. A beast made of steel, concrete, and forgotten screams. My name is Ethan Brooks, 21. I live in a cramped studio in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. Every night I come home on the last train, not because I'm brave, just because that's how the hours fall. The BOPS library kicks everyone out at 1. Essays don't write themselves, and the subway is the only thing still running when the city finally exhales. I always sit in the last car. Habit. It's quieter there. Fewer people. Fewer conversations I have to pretend to ignore. That week, the habit turned into something else. Monday, the N train arrived 7 minutes late. Doors hissed open like a long-held breath finally released. The car was empty except for me and the flickering fluorescent lights that pulsed like a dying heartbeat. I dropped into a seat by the window, pressed my forehead against the cold glass. Outside, the black ribbon of the East River and the distant sparkle of Manhattan lights. Stars you can never reach. At 8th Street, she boarded. A tall silhouette first. Too tall. Black coat down to her ankles. Velvet collar. Cut like something from 1910. Hood pulled low. She walked the entire length of the car. Slow, deliberate. Then stopped directly in front of me and sat, feet in cracked leather boots placed neatly together, like she was attending her own funeral. The air turned colder, not from the AC, from her. The smell hit me. Wet soil, old incense, faint copper. I stared at my phone, but my peripheral vision caught her hands. Long gray fingers, skin cracked like ancient porcelain, dropped and badly glued back together. Black dirt packed under the nails, as though she'd been clawing through earth for decades. She didn't blink. When we crossed the Manhattan Bridge, wind rattled the windows and the hood slipped back just enough. I saw her face, deathly pale, sunken cheeks stretched tight over bone, eyes, 2 bottomless black pits with slow swirling white motes inside, like snow trapped in a broken snow globe. Lips a thin black seam, stitched shut with invisible thread. "You always choose the last car, Ethan," she said, voice low and layered, as though 100 dead mouths spoke at once from somewhere beneath the floor. I said nothing. My heart hammered against my ribs like it wanted out. She leaned forward, the coat creaked, and I watched the fabric slide straight through the metal handrail, like smoke passing through a ghost. I used to ride home late too. 1923. Wooden cars back then. There was a boy. He sat in the last car just like you. The lights flickered. When they steadied, she was gone. Only a single lock of black hair remained on the opposite seat, wet, with tiny flecks of skin still clinging to the roots. I walked home shaking. All night I felt someone counting my breaths from the corner of the room. Tuesday was worse. Seminar ran long, then rain came down in sheets. Uber was $80. I couldn't afford it. So I took the last R, almost empty. 2 sleeping vagrants in the corner. Me. At Prince Street he boarded. The doll, tall, thin, dressed in a 1940s suit, perfectly pressed, yet worn threadbare at the elbows and knees. No face, just an enormous porcelain mask, white, spider-webbed with fine cracks running from temples to chin. Eye sockets perfectly round black voids leaking slow, tar-like tears. No mouth, just a wide, painted red smile that looked freshly licked, still wet. He sat beside me, not across, right next to me, shoulder brushing mine. The smell was unbearable. Sweet vanilla, old carpenter's glue, and underneath, rotting meat left too long in a warm room. The mask turned toward me. No sound from the painted lips, but inside my skull a voice spoke, childlike, yet warped, playing through a scratched gramophone. "You're not afraid to sit this close, Ethan?" A hand settled on my thigh. Not flesh, porcelain, cold, smooth, but beneath the surface something soft and warm pulsed, alive, squirming. My skin burned under the denim. "I was a boy once," the voice continued. "Mother said, 'Don't cry,' so she sewed my mouth shut, then my eyes. Then the train jolted. A new crack split the mask. Something pink and glistening pushed through, like a tongue tasting the air. At the next stop he rose, walked to the doors, and shattered, not vanished, shattered. Porcelain shards, cloth scraps, dark wet clumps. On the floor, one mother-of-pearl button and a tiny, perfect child's finger bone. I didn't pick anything up. Wednesday. By Wednesday, I was terrified. But I couldn't stay on campus. Dorm closed. Last F, completely empty. Even the automated announcements were silent. At Delancey Street, she entered. A woman in a bright floral 1950s dress. The fabric looked brand new, but underneath, something writhed, like thousands of thin worms trying to push through. Hair dripping wet, although it hadn't rained in days. Face pretty, round cheeks, dimples, but eyes yellow, slit pupils, glowing faintly. When she smiled, her teeth were black, rotting, threads of black cotton caught between them. She sat opposite me, leaned in until I felt the heat of her breath, hot, thick with grave dirt and old blood. "Want to know how I died, sweet Ethan?" Her voice was soft, almost maternal. That made it worse. I shook my head. "I'll tell you anyway. Then I'll tell you how you die." She spoke the words slowly, each one crawling into my ears like insects. She described me slipping on wet tile at 34th Street Station, my neck snapping. Lying across the tracks while the train approached slowly, agonizingly slowly, feeling every vertebra crack, eyes open, watching her stand over me, smiling. When she finished, she showed me her palm, a tattoo in my own handwriting, a date, 19 days from now. The train had been standing at my station for 3 full minutes. doors wide open. I ran. Behind me, soft, loving laughter. See you soon, baby. Thursday, I tried to escape. Crashed at a friend's place in the Lower East Side. Woke at 3 a.m. feeling fingers stroking my hair. Room empty. On the pillow, a lock of black hair with scraps of scalp still attached. I had to go home. Friday broke me. Last in. The car was full, but no one moved. Passengers sat like department store mannequins, eyes open, mouths slack, all staring at the same invisible point. In the center, they waited, already together. The witch, hood gone, face veined with thick black lines that throbbed like living wires. The doll, mask shattered, real face underneath, crudely stitched skin, empty eye sockets weeping black. The woman, dress soaked dark, ribs pressing visibly against the fabric, something crawling beneath. They watched me. 3 smiles in perfect unison. Lights flickered. When they returned, they were 1 row closer. "We've been waiting for you, Ethan," they said together. 3 voices braided into one. Saturday, I came to the platform on my own. Legs moved without permission. Last train, empty car. They stood by the doors, not sitting, just standing. Witch, skin peeling in long strips like old wallpaper. Doll, black blood dripping steadily from mask fractures. Woman, dress drenched, ribs now clearly visible, moving independently. "You could have left any night," they said, "but you kept coming back, because part of you already belongs to us." The tunnel ended. Beyond the windows, not Brooklyn, a black and white city. 1920s, gas lamps, men in fedoras, women in cloche hats, all of them standing on the platform, staring at me with dead white eyes. Sunday, final night. Train arrived at exactly 2 o'clock. They were already inside, merged. One body wearing scraps of dress, coat, and suit sewn together in a grotesque patchwork. 3 faces fused at the center. Porcelain mask, black-haired witch, yellow-eyed woman. 6 arms, cracked, stitched, veined. 3 mouths leaking dark fluid. 6 eyes, black voids, yellow slits, empty porcelain sockets. I sat across from it. "Choose, Ethan," it said in my own voice. "Stay with us, or leave. But if you leave, every night on the last car you'll hear us call your name, and one night, you'll answer." I stared at the cracks, the rot, the stitches, the emptiness. Then I stood. I choose to remember. All 3 mouths stretched into a smile that spanned the width of the car. The train stopped. Doors opened. I stepped onto the platform. Behind me, a soft, eternal voice. "We're not leaving, Ethan. We live inside you now." I no longer ride the last car, but sometimes, when the train stalls in the tunnel, I feel cold porcelain fingers on my thigh. And 3 voices, my own voice, speak directly into my ear. Next stop, forever. I still hear them. They never stop.
The yellow depths of Miskatonic. My name is Thomas Hale, and if these pages are ever found after I am gone, let them serve as warning rather than memoir. I write them now in a narrow room on the top floor of a decaying boarding house in Boston's North End, where the walls sweat with damp and the floorboards creak like the ribs of some ancient ship. The single oil lamp before me throws a jaundiced circle across the page. Beyond it, the darkness presses close, and in that darkness I sometimes glimpse the faint outline of a pallid mask hovering just out of reach. My left hand trembles as I write. the same hand that now bears faint yellow tracery beneath the skin, pulsing in time with a rhythm no earthly clock could measure. It began in the autumn of 1928, when the leaves of New England turned a color of dried blood, and the air carried the first sharp bite of coming winter. I was then 37, a private investigator of modest reputation who had made his living in Boston's fog-bound streets, trailing unfaithful husbands, recovering stolen heirlooms, occasionally extricating foolish young men from blackmail schemes too sordid for the police to touch. My office was a single cramped room above a tobacconist's shop on Tremont Street. The rent was paid in arrears more often than not, but the work kept me fed and the bottle half full. On the morning of October 15th, a telegram arrived. Terse, expensive, sent from Arkham. It read, "Thomas Hale, stop urgent matter concerning my daughter, Eleanor Grant, student, Miskatonic University. Stop 4 girls vanished in past month. Stop police useless. Stop come at once. Stop expenses and fee guaranteed. Stop Reginald Grant." I had heard of Reginald Grant, textile magnate, old money, member of clubs whose doors never opened to men like me. His daughter's name meant nothing then, but the fee mentioned in the second telegram that arrived an hour later was enough to make me close the office early, pack a valise, and board the evening train north. The journey to Arkham was long and uncomfortable. The train rattled through towns whose names sounded like forgotten incantations: Bolton, Dunwich, Dean's Corners, and the landscape grew steadily bleaker. Low hills cloaked in dying foliage, rivers the color of old pewter, skies heavy with clouds that never quite broke into rain. I sat by the window, smoking cigarettes I could ill afford, and tried to ignore the growing unease that settled in my stomach like cold lead. Arkham was not a place one visited for pleasure. Even the name carried a faint, unplaceable dread. I arrived at dusk. The station platform was deserted save for a single porter who eyed me with suspicion before vanishing into the gloom. A cab waited at the curb, black, ancient, drawn by a horse whose ribs showed beneath its hide. The driver, an old man with a face like cracked leather, spoke only to confirm the address. The Grant residence on High Street, overlooking the University Hill. The house was a looming Gothic pile of gray stone, ivy-choked and silent. Mr. Grant received me in a library whose shelves groaned under volumes of theology and forgotten philosophy. He was tall, gaunt, silver-haired, dressed in impeccable black. His eyes were red-rimmed, his hands unsteady as he poured brandy with a decanter that clinked against the glass. "My daughter, Eleanor," he began without preamble, "was last seen entering the restricted stacks of the Orne Library on the night of September 12th. She never returned. 3 others followed in the same manner: Abigail Thorpe on the 28th, Lydia Carver on October 3rd, Catherine Wells on the 10th. All classics or metaphysics students, all brilliant, all changed in the weeks before they vanished." He slid a photograph across the desk. A young woman of 22, dark-haired, serious-eyed, with the faint smile of someone who had read too many old books. Behind her eyes, even in this frozen image, I thought I detected a shadow. Not grief, not fear, but something colder and older. They spoke of The angles that are not angles, Grant continued, of a book in the vault, the true Necronomicon, not the censored fragments, of stars being right. The police dismiss it as hysteria. I know better. I found this on her mirror the morning after she disappeared. He handed me a small square of blotting paper. Upon it, drawn in faint yellow chalk that seemed to shift when I tilted the page, was a sigil. 3 curving lines intersecting in ways that hurt the eye to follow. The yellow sign. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. I will pay you $500 now, Grant said, and $500 more when you bring me answers, or proof that no answers exist in this world. I accepted. There was no other choice. The next morning, I walked to Miskatonic University under a sky the color of bruised flesh. The campus loomed on its hill like some cyclopean sentinel, gray towers stabbing upward, ivy like veins across the stone, windows that stared back without blinking. Students moved between buildings in hushed groups, their faces pale, their conversations falling silent when strangers passed. My first visit was to Professor Ambrose Morley, head of medieval metaphysics. His office smelled of mildew, candle wax, and ozone. He was gaunt, 60, eyes burning with feverish light. "The girl sought the gate," he whispered. "Not the one guarded by Yog Sothoth. Another? Hastur hungers for Carcosa's return. The Deep Ones hunger for Hurlea's rise. Their hungers clash beneath our feet, and the girls were caught between." He pressed a scrap of paper into my hand. The same sigil. Then he fell silent and would say no more. That night, I broke into the Orne Library. The campus was deserted after 10 o'clock. Fog had rolled in from the Miskatonic, thick and clammy, carrying the faint reek of fish rot and river mud. I circled to the east service door, coaxed the lock open, and slipped inside. The air changed at once, colder, heavier, scented with old paper, mildew, and something metallic. Electric bulbs and iron cages gave sickly yellow light that flickered with every draft. I descended the narrow iron staircase into the restricted vault. The walls grew damp. The bulbs grew fewer. My lantern became the only steady light. The aisles twisted in impossible angles. At the 9th stack, a section of ancient stone wall pulsed faintly with glyphs. When I pressed my palm to it, the stone tore open with a wet, ripping sound, exhaling cold river air. Beyond lay the true chamber, vast, impossible, its ceiling lost in shadow. At the center yawned a circular tidal pool connected to the river below. 9 black candles burned with green flame. The Necronomicon lay open on a basalt pedestal, pages turning by themselves, and the rites had already begun. On one side of the pool, the Deep Ones, 9 hybrids in dripping scales, had bound Catherine Wells upon living coral. Their leader raised a black coral knife. "I, Dagon, Hydra," he croaked, "accept this vessel." The blade opened her throat. Blood jetted into the pool. From the depths rose a colossal shadow, tentacles of translucent jelly, lifting the convulsing girl, dragging her under. Her scream became a gurgling hymn of submission. Across the pool, a Brotherhood of the Yellow Sign waited, 5 figures in tattered yellow silk, faces hidden behind pallid bone masks. Their leader traced the yellow sign in the air. Reality tore, yellow threads of light unwound from Catherine's soul, spiraling upward into the masks. Her empty husk sank, still smiling in rapture. Then the war erupted. I fled as claws and glyphs clashed. The chamber folded around me, water rose around my ankles. My reflection showed gills flickering at my throat for an instant. I burst into the main reading room as the tower clock struck midnight. All lights were out. Only green candle glow lit the stacks, and in that glow, students and professors walked trance-like toward the hidden door, chanting in unison. I ran through the fog-choked streets of Arkham until my lungs burned. Since that night, the visions of Carcosa come without mercy. I stand upon fractured marble balconies overlooking Lake Halley, its surface a mirror of dead mercury. Twin black-veined suns sink into the horizon, bleeding leprous yellow light. Black stars hang motionless, forming the yellow sign again and again. Tatters of silk flap from impossible towers while voices recite. Along the shore, the cloud waves break, and the twin suns sink behind the lake. Strange is the night where black stars rise. My shadow detaches and walks ahead, whispering secrets that make my mind bleed. The deep ones answer with cruder torments. Salt water seeps from my pores. I hear them croaking beneath the floorboards, promising the clean cold of the abyss. 3 nights ago, I returned to Arkham, revolver loaded with bullets etched with a yellow sign, and a slender dagger taken from a dead yellow brother, its blade carved with the same sigil, burning sickly when moonlight touches it. They were waiting on the old wharf. 6 hybrids rose from the black water. Their leader pointed a trident. The surface thing bears both marks. Bring him to Dagon. I drew the revolver. The first shot took the leader in the chest. The yellow sign exploded inside him. Yellow threads burst from his gills as he screamed and collapsed. 2 more shots dropped hybrids in bursts of acid fire and crumbling scales. They charged. Claws raked my arm. One seized my wrist, dragging me toward the river. I dropped the revolver, drew the dagger, and drove it under the creature's jaw. The sign blazed. Yellow light poured from its eyes and gills. It crumbled into wet ash and glowing filaments. The last 3 hesitated. I advanced, slashing. Each wound vomited Carcosa's fire. One by one they fell, shrieking the name Haster as they dissolved. A vision struck me harder than any before. I stood on a Carcosa balcony, the pallid mask inches from my face. A velvet voice whispered, "Well fought, Thomas Hale. The king is pleased. Come home." I screamed and drove the dagger into the wharf planks. The vision shattered. I survived the ambush, but survival is only another kind of damnation. Now the war follows me. The deep ones send hybrids through Boston alleys. The Brotherhood leaves yellow envelopes with single lines from the forbidden play. My left hand sometimes traces the sign without my will. Yet I continue. I keep a ledger of names, places, weaknesses. I have learned of an original copy of the King in yellow hidden in Miskatonic's forgotten wing. I have heard whispers of a deep one outpost beneath Innsmouth, reachable only when the stars are wrong. I still breathe. I still fight. I still walk the narrow line between Carcosa and the abyss. The gate widens, the masks descend, the scales rise. And Thomas Hale, half in Carcosa, half in the abyss, is still moving, armed with revolver, dagger, and a madness that may yet become my greatest weapon. The next chapter is already writing itself. I only hope I am the one holding the pen. Thomas Hale, Boston / Arkham / Carcosa. Entry continues. Walter had always been unlucky. Constantly and everywhere, wherever he tried, wherever he went, wherever he poked his nose, he found nothing but trouble. But then, amidst the darkness of all this bad luck, he found what seemed like a lucky break. At least, that's what Walter thought. This place, as strange as it might seem, was his job. He was an ordinary elevator operator, fixing and adjusting elevator systems. He saw his luck in this field precisely because of the money. Although the job seemed simple, it brought him a substantial income, around $20,000 in 3 months. A hefty salary for someone who was essentially an ordinary elevator mechanic, right? One day, Walter had an accident at work, leading the director to fire him to prevent the cops and, perhaps fatally, the FBI from investigating. He and his co-worker Ben were fixing an old elevator. Walter held down the stop button while Ben descended the winch into the shaft. A complaint came in that the elevator wasn't reaching the top floors. They both figured the shaft itself was the problem. Without hesitation, Ben volunteered to go. Although Walter tried to dissuade him, Ben insisted. Nearing the bottom, the winch gave way and, due to its age, broke. Ben plummeted to the bottom with a crash. Fortunately, the height wasn't very great, and he escaped with only bruises and abrasions. Walter heard all this and began to panic. Ben was almost unconscious, but he was trying to show signs of life by making noise and kicking the shaft grate. However, Walter didn't hear him, and due to his inattention, accidentally let go of the button. The elevator, like a weight fallen from a roof, began to fall. Walter managed to climb out of the cabin just as the exit was just a small gap. With a roar and a screeching sound of metal, the elevator hurtled down the shaft at full speed. Ben saw it falling on him. The last thing Walter remembered was looking down, hearing his friend scream, and then the crash, the elevator breaking apart, drowning out Ben's scream and blanketing him in complete silence. "That's it, Walter. Pack your work bags and get out of here," the elevator repairman said angrily. "But I worked so hard for you. I've been toiling for this company for 5 years, and you're just going to throw me out? I don't care how long you toiled for us. It's your fault my coworker died. It's your fault, Walter. I don't need the cops, let alone the FBI, coming in here and asking me if I'm involved in this bullshit. I can confess to everything myself if you want. I know I'm guilty, so I can honestly go to the nearest police station and tell them everything." "Let's not do that, Walter. Even if you go and tell them everything yourself, nothing will change. In fact, it will only make things worse. It won't do much good, if there is one at all." "But, no buts," the director said menacingly. "How am I going to support my family now? This job, the only place that paid me this kind of money, The only place that'll accept me? You can't do this to me, please. Think again. I don't care. So what if you have a family? You should have thought about this earlier before you made a mistake, Walter. Don't play on my pity. Move to another city, another state. I don't care. I'm out of money. Will you at least pay me the promised salary? Really? And where did you spend all your money, my dear, huh? You probably blew it all at the casino? Well, I don't care. Your salary, however small, will cover this unfortunate incident. So, figure it out for yourself and understand that you're left penniless, my friend. What should I do now? I don't care. You'll figure it out. These are your personal problems. Now leave my office and this company's premises. You're fired, Walter. Walter, his face a despairing expression full of disappointment, resentment, and pain, stood up and quietly left. That evening, he returned home. Silent and unconscious, he went to his room. His wife, Rebecca, noticed this and slowly followed him. Slowly, unlocking the door, she entered the room and quietly asked, "Walter, darling, what's wrong?" Walter couldn't tell his wife he'd been fired. He didn't know how Rebecca would react. After all, he'd been shunted from one job to another. He'd had no income at all, and here, a small job, but a good income. And suddenly, in an instant, he was about to lose it all. Fear of the truth overwhelmed him, but he remained silent. Without turning to face his wife, he answered her in a tired voice. "Rabbi, everything's fine. Leave me alone. I'm just tired." "Well, all right. Whatever you say, darling." Walter's house was heavily in debt, and he either had to pay it off or hand over the property to the government. The sheer size of the debt horrified Walter. Turning pale and rubbing his face with his hands, Walter wondered how he would tell his wife, but what worried him most was how he would explain it all to his children. The day arrived. The family, as on all other days, was happy, rejoicing in the new day. "Dad, when are we going to Disneyland? I remember you promised that if we finished this school year with excellent grades, you'd take us there." Danny, the family's youngest son, asked and answered, "Ah, ha, ha. Yeah, Danny, we will go there. If you promised, we'll definitely go." "Dad, you also said that if I finished school without skipping school or partying, you'd buy me a new laptop." Teresa, Walter's eldest daughter, said playfully, "Yes, dear, I remember that, ha-ha. If I promise that, then I'll keep my word." "And you, Mark, do you want a new stuffed animal, or have you become more attached to this dinosaur, huh?" Mark, his 6-month-old son, looked at his father with a cheerful look and laughed, hugging a dinosaur stuffed animal. "Dad, he's so little. What does he understand from all the things you ask him and tell him?" asked Dave, the middle son. Walter had 4 children. "You don't understand anything either, because you're completely clueless, Dave, you stinker," Teresa said. "You're going to get it," Dave exclaimed angrily. "Come on, go ahead, try it, huh?" Teresa stood up and ran outside, Dave running after her. "Rebecca, can we talk?" Walter asked timidly. "Yes, we can. Did something happen?" "No, yes, let's go into the room. In the room, Walter told Rebecca everything about getting fired and about the inflated debt on the house. She sat down on the bed in shock, her hands hanging down. What should we do, Walter? I don't know. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and Walter and Rebecca exchanged glances. He told her to stay in the room while he went and see who it was. Opening the door, Walter was confronted by two respectable men in burial suits. Walter Robins, right? One of the gentlemen asked. Walter confirmed his name, and this same gentleman, not the other one, said, "You owe a very large amount of money on this house. We sent you letters. You should have read them. I won't waste time, so I'll ask you straight out. Do you have the funds to pay off the debt? Well, do you? Or... Walter, I need a straight answer from you." The gentleman said coldly and sternly, "Do you have the money to pay off the debt, or not?" Walter didn't respond to this and remained silent, hoping that things would turn out for the better. His hopes were in vain. "Well, as I understand it, you don't have the money. In fact, you're not in a position to pay off the debt. In that case, we'll give you a deadline to vacate this property. After that deadline, our workers will come here, not alone, but with the police." Walter was taken aback. "What? An eviction time? Are you asleep?" "That's the law, Walter. Everyone has to pay their bills, and judging by your debt, you've never even heard of that rule. I have a family, 4 children, and pets. Where am I going to live with all this?" "That's not our problem. There are rules and laws that every citizen, every person in the United States must live by. Those who don't follow them are punished. We treat you like human beings, even though we could have arrested you." "Arrest?" Walter shouted. "Let's not get negative. That's our job." The gentleman handed the green folder to Walter, turned around, and began to leave. One of them turned back and said, "I'll give you some advice, Walter. You better get out of here much sooner than when our workers show up. They won't have conversations like that anymore. We won't let you live anyway. Good luck, sir." The gentleman got into the black Chevrolet and drove away. Walter stood at the threshold, a puzzled and at the same time frightened expression on his face, holding a folder in his hands, and watched as the car disappeared from view, driving further and further from the house. After entering, he returned to the room where Rebecca was waiting and sat on the bed, clutching his head. He tossed the folder onto the edge of the bed. When Rebecca asked, "Who was that, and why is Walter so confused?" he silently ignored her and continued to tangle his hair. The very next day, Walter told everyone everything. He and Rebecca walked around the house together like desperate zombies. They were silent and didn't speak to the children. Only once that day did she ask Walter to go buy bread. Walter silently walked out into the street, followed by his 2 children, Mark and Teresa. He walked through the streets with his last cents in his pocket. "I'm not sure I'll even have enough for half a loaf," Walter thought to himself. The children, meanwhile, walked behind him. Mark was gazing at the windows of the passing stores, and Teresa, noticing that something was wrong with her father, decided to ask him everything. "Dad, I can see something's going on with Mom. You both been silent all day, not talking to us. Yesterday, I saw 2 men in suits standing outside our door, including you. What did they want?" "They're colleagues from work," Walter replied curtly and emotionlessly. "Okay, but if you need help, I'm ready to help. Just let me know." His father didn't react to this at all, but continued walking, lost in thought, withdrawing into himself. Suddenly, passing an old wooden post, Walter caught sight of an enticing ad, which both confused and delighted him. After returning home without a loaf of bread, he ran up to his wife and showed her the flyer. She immediately found the ad odd, as there was no introduction or description of the product. There was only an advertisement for the product and a condition that, by agreeing to it, a person could get what they wanted. Advertisement: get a building free, subject to agreement to one contract. This is what the advertisement looked like. Besides, there was a number on the advertisement. Walter began discussing with Rebecca whether to call and make a deal. "I don't even know, honey. This advertisement has a certain secrecy, as if they're hiding something. I don't like all this." "Then let's call the number and find out everything, okay? And then we'll see," Walter said calmly. Rebecca looked at Walter with disbelief as he dialed the number. After 3 tries, he received an answer. A young woman's voice came on the line. She told Walter that to make the deal, he would need to move to Suffolk County, Massachusetts, on the outskirts of Boston. He would receive the goods there. After the call, the husband discussed the trip with his wife, and the very next day they decided to go to Boston and close the deal. Walter called his girlfriend back and said he was ready to come. After a long drive, the whole family reached the outskirts of Boston. Walter told the children he was taking them on a trip to a neighboring state. Absurd. Arriving at the appointed place, the main family member got out of the car and looked around. He saw that he had arrived at a large old mansion. This mansion was striking in its size and scope. 3 stories, all white, made entirely of wood. In places, the wood was rotten from constant weathering, but this did not stop the house from being a delight. On the contrary, it gave it a certain sophistication. The shutters on the windows were made in the style of the 1920s, or even the century before. Having met the realtor, with whom Walter had discussed everything over the phone, he approaches her and begins a conversation. During their conversation, she doesn't really explain anything about the building. She doesn't say who last lived there or how long the house has been empty. "So, Walter, here's your house. It's completely yours. Plus, you get about 3 square kilometers of land with a forest park. The forest and all your land are fenced in, don't worry." "Listen, this is fantastic," Walter exclaimed. "Well, I don't know, Dad. I don't really like this house. Plus, the 3rd floor is a bit of a concern to me. All the windows are covered." Teresa interrupted her father. "Yeah, Dad, this place is creepy," Danny added. I actually like it, Dave said. You like the trash can too, to be honest, Teresa said. Dave took offense and ran after Teresa, who had already fled into the house. Oh, my, at least little Mark likes it here, right, Mark? His father asked. Mark alone laughed carefree. He was the only one who found this place dazzling. So what? Walter, do you agree? The realtor asked. Absolutely. Before Walter could finish speaking, the realtor herself interrupted him. But I have a condition in the deal. Walter and Rebecca looked at her with intrigued eyes. Then Walter decided to find out what the condition would be. The realtor lowered her head, and a sinister smile appeared on her face. The condition was as bizarre as could be. If you walk around the house every 10 days for 1 year, holding a red candle and wearing a black wedding gown, the house is yours. Remember, you have to switch every 10 days. First you, Walter, and then after him, you, Rebecca. Walter and Rebecca exchanged glances. So, is that a deal? Walter, realizing they have nowhere else to live and practically no one else to go to, agrees without hesitation. Already at her car, the young realtor adds, and yes, don't go up to the 3rd floor. Don't open the door. It's just that they've sprayed pesticides there, so it's best not to go there. The realtor said in a mysterious and enigmatic voice, then got into her car and drove away. A very strange woman, said Rebecca. Come on, she's quite pretty. Walter said in a wild voice. I'll give you a bit now, come in, his wife said menacingly. Walter, laughing, went to carry the things from the trunk into the house. Their truck was supposed to arrive soon, with the leftovers. Late in the evening, the whole family sat down to a late dinner. The kitchen was large, but empty. Empty in the sense that it was empty of life. There was furniture, and it looked like it had been renovated, but something was bothering Rebecca and Teresa. The boys and her husband had already gotten used to the house in one evening. So delicious, my dear, so delicious, Walter said, chewing. Yes, Mom, your turkey is simply amazing. I'm speechless. I don't remember you ever cooking like that, Danny said admiringly, after which everyone else echoed his words. Oh, guys, that's enough. Thank you. It's just that today is a holiday, so I decided to whip up a dish for it, and apparently I overdid it. No, darling, it really is delicious and incomparable. By the way, Dad, Teresa interrupted Walter awkwardly, you said you were taking us for a walk, but you brought us to this house. The table fell silent. The only sound audible was the clatter of cutlery hitting the plates the children were eating from. Well, that's what our walk was all about. The whole road, our journey in the house, it's a kind of secret surprise for all of you, he said, deftly evading the situation. Yeah, good, Dad. Everyone fell silent. The family, instead of talking, began to eat in silence. Not a single one dared to say a word. Rebecca, meanwhile, had stopped eating and was moving her fork around her plate, making circles with it. She sat there with a thoughtful expression, seemingly lost in thought. Walter noticed this and asked her if everything was okay. Rebecca, her thoughtful gaze fixed on her plate and fork, answered him, "I don't know, Walter. Something's bothering me. This whole house, the wooded park, and our land is so big. And that stupid rule, too. I don't know, darling. Something's not right here." "Rabbi, just clean up, then it'll be clean. But seriously, everything's fine. Our house, our land, too. The kids will have a blast. We need to be happy and laugh, my dear," he told her in a cheerful, upbeat voice. Rebecca looked away at Walter, wished him bon appetit, stood up, and left the kitchen to continue unpacking. The children had already finished dinner, and each one after another, left the kitchen. Only little Mark remained in his high chair, playing with his food, throwing it everywhere. Now Walter, too, sat down thoughtfully and began to ponder. The next day, the weather was sunny, so the children as one ran to frolic and play outside. Denny and Dave were playing with a ball, kicking it into the bushes, then toward the shed located not far from their house, then toward the house itself. "Careful, you idiot! Where are you kicking it?" Dave asked Denny, carried away by the game and excited. "Well, you see, I'm still little. Your legs are longer than mine. I can't run like you. Besides, it's not my fault I kick crookedly and in that," Danny said, almost sobbing. "Oh, come on, don't whine." Dave took a running start and kicked the ball so hard that it first flew into a tree, then ricocheted off a nearby rock and flew into the house, straight into the hallway. There was a sound of falling boxes and the clatter of glass or china. Then the mother's disgruntled voice began shouting, calling the children inside for a showdown. "Here we go again," Dave said discontentedly. "What are you looking at? Go get it, and I'll wait here for you." "Dave, that's not fair. Why should I have to get it? You kicked it and Mom's home. You go get it." No, I'm too lazy and too shy, so go get it." "It's just a couple of minutes. I went, got spanked, took the ball, and went back. That's all." "But I don't want a spanking." "Denny, come on, stop whining and go give the ball back." Denny lowered his head in disappointment and cautiously approached the house. Turning around, he saw Dave silently urging him on, waving his hand. Denny swallowed his fear and slowly entered the house. "Come in faster, turtle," Dave shouted. "Yeah, I'm coming, Denny said timidly. Entering cautiously, he began searching among the boxes for the ball. The hallway seemed to be made of box-like walls. Denny looked around and saw scattered boxes. "Mom won't praise me for this, much less Dave," he thought to himself. Running up to them, glancing around, he pulled apart the boxes and found the coveted ball. Taking it, Danny was about to leave when suddenly a door set into the wall creaked open slowly. Denny turned around. He looked toward the exit and the open door. Childish curiosity got the better of him. Carefully, he tried to make his way to the door, but accidentally brushed against the corner of one of the boxes. He tripped and fell, dropping the ball. He landed head-on right at the entrance to the mysterious darkness. The ball rolled, hit the wall, and, as if on cue, fell down the steps. Denny watched as the ball gradually disappeared into the darkness, falling further and further until the sound of its fall was completely lost. Denny was afraid Dave would beat him for losing the ball. He decided to get up and follow him, when suddenly he couldn't hear the sound coming from the darkness of the descent. He stopped and peered into the darkness. Suddenly, a slight breeze blew from there. Denny, mesmerized, stared into it. He stared, trying to see something there. Suddenly, Denny heard something as if from the very darkness of the mysterious descent. Someone was trying to speak to him, along with the wind. It sounded like a whisper, mixed with a breeze. Denny rose to his feet and, moving a little closer, seemed to see something, but then a strong gust of wind from the dark descent pushed him back. His small, childish heart began to beat. Denny was sitting by the wall opposite the opening of darkness. He heard footsteps. Then another. Something was slowly climbing upward. They were slow, heavy, but insistent. Someone was persistently climbing until the footsteps became more consistent and faster. Denny became frightened, screamed, and ran out of the hallway and into the street. The family heard his screams, except Dave, who was on the phone, and ran to Denny. "Denny, what happened? What happened?" Everyone asked him anxiously and nervously. Denny ran to his mother in tears and hugged her. "Mom, MF, MF, Mommy, there's someone in there. I heard him," he cried. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, and his father asked him who he was talking about. He replied that he'd seen an open door leading into some dark passageway from where he'd heard the sounds. Walter entered the house and asked his son to show him where the door was. He didn't have to look long. He spotted it right away, but to Denny's surprise, it was closed. "That door?" Walter asked. "Dad, don't open it," Denny said. "Don't worry, it's okay. I'll check and let you see for yourself that there's no one and nothing there." Walter carefully tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. Then Teresa handed her father the crowbar, suggesting, "Maybe this will help." He immediately stuck the crowbar into the crack in the door. He pushed it forward, and the door creaked open, almost coming off its hinges. Walter slowly and deliberately opened it. He asked for a flashlight and began to climb down. Denny begged him not to, but his father's excuses didn't listen. Having descended all the way, Walter found a little thing hanging from the ceiling, like a light switch. He pulled it, but nothing happened. The switch must have burned out a long time ago. This is most likely the basement, Walter thought. "So how are you, honey? What's going on?" There was silence. "Walter? Honey? Daddy, Dad?" The children started shouting at him. "Everything's fine, don't yell." This must have been a basement at one point. There's a lot of junk in there. "A basement?" Rebecca asked. After he'd gotten up, he confirmed his words, adding that the light still needed to be fixed, and until he did, the children were forbidden from entering. Closing the door, he set about attaching the board, specifically nailing it to it. That night, when Walter and Rebecca managed to get the children into bed in their rooms, they had some privacy in the bathroom. Walter, hugging Rebecca and brushing his teeth, suggested she race him. She didn't mind. Just as he was starting to count, Walter was interrupted by the sound of something falling in the hallway downstairs. He spat out foam and told his wife he'd be back soon, and she agreed to wait for him. Rebecca was in a cheerful mood because there was some good news. Walter had found a new job not far from home with a good salary. Walter, however, descended the steps into the living room, but found and saw nothing. "So, what fell here?" he said. As he approached the main hallway of the house, he saw that one of the hanging paintings had fallen to the floor and shattered. Rebecca, meanwhile, had finished brushing her teeth and stood there, lost in thought. "I really hope he succeeds. Maybe this house really isn't so creepy after all," she thought to herself. Spitting foam into the sink, she filled her mouth with water, rinsed her teeth with it, and spat it into the basin. Rebecca looked in the mirror. A stray hair on her head bothered her, but she tried to smooth it out. Taking out a comb, she began combing her hair. Having tucked the unfortunate hair in place and put the brush down, she was about to put the brush back. But suddenly, her hand brushed the brush, and she dropped it. Rebecca picked it up and, almost putting it back, suddenly didn't notice. Her gaze accidentally fell on the reflection of a dark silhouette standing behind the shower curtain. She stared at it through the mirror, afraid to do anything. The silhouette slowly began to raise something vaguely resembling a hand, and at that moment, Rebecca turned around and saw Walter, who had just walked in. Panicked, she hugged him and told him she saw someone behind the shower curtain. "What?" "It was here. I'm telling you honestly, Walter." Walking over to the curtain, she pulled it back, but there was no one in the bathroom anymore, nor behind the curtain itself. "Rebecca, let's go to bed. This is no time for jokes or lies." "But I'm not lying." "Okay, we'll figure it out tomorrow," Walter told her, putting it off, leaving it for tomorrow. The next day, Walter, as usual, got up before his family. He decided to save time to improve the lighting in the basement. That's what he decided on. Once he reached the basement, he caught a glimpse of the cat lying at the entrance. Its stomach was torn open. What he saw made Walter almost vomit. "We need to remove the body quickly, or the children, if they see—" Before he could finish speaking, a noise alerted him. "I work at a gas station in a small town in Pennsylvania. The job is boring, easy, and the pay is okay. A couple of weeks ago, we hired a new employee. I'll call him Jeremy. Jeremy's weird. He's about 25 or 26 years old. He doesn't talk much, and he has the creepiest laugh I've ever heard. My boss and I both noticed it, but it wasn't work-related, so there was nothing we could do about it. Customers never complained about it, and he did his job quite well. Until a few weeks ago, when we started missing inventory. Employee theft is a problem for any retail business, and at our relatively small gas station, we only have one person working at a time. About 2 weeks ago, my boss started noticing motor oil going missing. At first, we'd only notice a few cans at a time. Then entire shelves and boxes from the back room started disappearing. Soon, entire shipments started disappearing. Often, the very next day after they arrived. And this always happened after Jeremy's shift. The supervisor checked the security camera footage every time, but he couldn't catch him stealing. Jeremy would close the store, and the next day, the butter would be gone without a trace. Usually, the supervisor took the footage home, but that day, his daughter had a softball game, so he asked me to review it for him. He promised to pay me under the table for the overtime, so I agreed without hesitation. We have 3 cameras, so naturally there were 3 tapes as well. It was going to be a long night, but I'm trying to save up for vacation, so the extra money was welcome. I came home, shoved the footage into an old tape recorder, and leaned back in front of the screen. 2 days before, when Jeremy had last worked his shift, he started work at 4 p.m. At first, everything was going as usual. He took over from the girl working in front of him and began waiting for customers. The first customer to arrive, according to the timestamp on the tape, was our regular Mrs. Templeton at 4:03 p.m. She bought cigarettes and a newspaper and paid with a 20. Everything was as usual. The next customer was a local guy named Ron. He rides a motorcycle and stops by every few days. After filling up, grabbing a package of beef jerky, and paying with his credit card, he left. Then came some guy in a cowboy hat, someone I had never seen before, but I wasn't surprised because we always have out-of-towners. The cowboy filled up with $40 worth of diesel, paid with $100, and went about his business. I sat back and sighed. The only thing more boring than doing a job is watching others do it. Nevertheless, my boss's suggestion was a good enough reason to keep watching. Everything was going as usual. I got the impression that if Jeremy had stolen the oil, he knew he was under suspicion, so I didn't think he'd be stupid enough to get caught stealing it on camera. Everything was business as usual until 5 o'clock. At 5:03 p.m., Mrs. Templeton returned, apparently having forgotten something. Oh, wait, she hadn't forgotten. She bought the same pack of cigarettes and the same newspaper, paying with another 20. Strange. Then again, she's pretty absent-minded. I figured Jeremy might have reminded her that she already had the stuff, but after all, selling someone something twice isn't against the rules. Then Ron returned. He bought another can of gas, again for his motorcycle. I later checked the external camera to make sure he wasn't buying gas for another car, and another pack of beef. And again, he paid with his credit card. I decided it was just a strange coincidence, nothing more. Mrs. Templeton is forgetful, and Ron might have more than one Harley. At that moment, the guy in the cowboy hat came in again. A chill ran down my spine. Don't take the diesel, don't take the diesel. I heard myself whisper to the empty room, but he took it. Again $40, and again gave me $100. Every move he made was identical to the first time, right down to scratching his nose before leaving. Either this guy is rich, has a ton of trucks, and just moved to our town, or something really weird is going on here. I kept watching. For the next hour, the customers did the same thing as the hour before, every single one. I was already on edge when, at 6:03, Mrs. Templeton came in again, bought more cigarettes and a newspaper, and paid again with the same 20. I was on the verge of a breakdown. Another half hour passed like this, and then I started rewinding the tape. It continued. Each visitor returned, exactly an hour later. I know what you're thinking. That sneaky bastard Jeremy looped the first hour of the footage. But that's not true. The camera captures the window near the checkout, and the shadows move in perfect time. Jeremy's activity wasn't cyclical either. He swept and mopped the floor, rearranged items on the shelves. In short, he did everything you'd expect him to do. I work at a gas station in a small town in Pennsylvania. The job is boring, easy, and the pay is okay. A couple of weeks ago, we hired a new employee. I'll call him Jeremy. Jeremy's weird. He's about 25 or 26 years old. He doesn't talk much, and he has the creepiest laugh I've ever heard. My supervisor and I both noticed it, but it wasn't work-related, so there was nothing we could do about it. Customers never complained about it, and he did his job quite well, until a few weeks ago when we started losing items. Employee theft is a problem for any retail business, and at our relatively small gas station, we only have one person working at a time. About 2 weeks ago, the boss started noticing motor oil disappearing. At first, we'd only notice a few cans at a time. Then entire shelves and boxes from the back room would disappear. Soon, entire shipments were disappearing, often the very next day. And this always happened after Jeremy's shift. The boss checked the surveillance footage every time, but he couldn't catch him stealing. Jeremy would close the store, and the next day, the oil would be gone without a trace. The boss usually took the footage home, but that day, his daughter had a softball game, so he asked me to review it for him. He promised to pay me under the table for the overtime, so I agreed without hesitation. We have 3 cameras, so naturally, there were 3 tapes. It was going to be a long night, but I'm trying to save up for a vacation, so the extra money was welcome. I came home, shoved the tapes into an old tape recorder, and leaned back in front of the screen. 2 days before Jeremy's last shift, he started work at 4 p.m. At first, everything went as usual. He took over from the girl working before him and waited for customers. The first customer, according to the tape recorder, was our regular Mrs. Templeton at 4:03 p.m. She bought cigarettes and a newspaper and paid with a 20. Everything was as usual. The next customer was a local guy named Ron. He rides a motorcycle and stops by every few days. After filling up with gas, grabbing a package of beef jerky, and paying with his credit card, he left. Then came some guy in a cowboy hat I'd never seen before, but I wasn't surprised because we always have visitors. The cowboy filled up with $40 worth of diesel, paid with $100, and went about his business. I sat back and sighed. The only thing more boring than doing a job is watching others do it. Nevertheless, my boss's suggestion was a good enough reason to keep watching. Everything was proceeding as usual. I got the impression that if Jeremy had stolen the oil, he knew he was under suspicion, so I didn't think he'd be stupid enough to get caught stealing it on camera. Everything was business as usual until 5 o'clock. At 5:03 p.m., apparently having forgotten something, Mrs. Templeton returned. Oh wait, she hadn't forgotten. She bought the same pack of cigarettes and the same newspaper, paying with another 20. Strange. On the other hand, she's pretty absent-minded. I thought Jeremy might have reminded her that she already had the smokes, but after all, selling someone something twice isn't against the rules. Then Ron returned. He bought another can of gas, again for his motorcycle. I later checked the external camera to make sure he wasn't buying gas for another car and another pack of beef. And again, he paid with a credit card. I decided it was just a strange coincidence, nothing more. Mrs. Templeton was forgetful, and Ron could have more than one Harley. At that moment, the guy in the cowboy hat came in again. A chill ran down my spine. "Don't take the diesel. Don't take the diesel," I heard myself whisper to the empty room. But he took it. Again, $40, and again, he gave me $100. Every movement he made was identical to the one he made on his first visit, right down to the scratch in his nose before leaving. Either this guy is rich, has a ton of trucks, and just moved into our town, or something really weird is going on here. I kept watching. For the next hour, the customers did the same thing they had the hour before. Every single customer. I was already on edge when, at 6:03 p.m., Mrs. Templeton came in again, bought more cigarettes and a newspaper, and paid again with the same 20. I was on the verge of a breakdown. Another half hour passed like this, and then I started rewinding the tape. It continued. Every customer came back exactly an hour later. I know what you're thinking. That sneaky bastard Jeremy had the first hour of film in a loop. But it wasn't. The camera captured a window near the checkout, and the shadows moved in perfect time. Jeremy's activity wasn't a loop either. He swept and mopped the floor, rearranged the shelves, basically did everything you'd expect him to do. But the customers kept coming every hour. I panicked. I saw something damn wrong, but I couldn't explain it. I rewound the tape to the moment when he closed the gas station and walked to his car. He hadn't taken anything with him, but I kept watching to make sure. I rewound one last time to midnight. At exactly 12:03 a.m., Jeremy's face appeared out of nowhere. No, he didn't walk into the frame. One moment the store was empty, and the next, all I saw was his face. And he wasn't looking at the camera, but right at me, I'm sure of it. I screamed and started groping around for the remote. By the time I grabbed it, his face was gone just as suddenly as it had appeared. One frame with him, the next without him. My hands were shaking like crazy, but I still played the next tape, the one from the inside camera which was filming from the opposite angle, and I should have seen him come into the frame. I immediately rewound to 12:03 a.m., but there was nothing there. I should have seen him standing on a chair or somehow peering into the camera, but he wasn't there. He hadn't even entered the store after he left. He doesn't know the security codes, and the alarms didn't go off after he left. However, at 12:03 a.m., I did see something. I saw the motor oil disappear from the shelves all at once, just like Jeremy's face. One moment it's there, the next, it's gone. I turned off the tape recorder and went to bed, but I couldn't do that either. My body was exhausted, but my mind was racing. That recording was definitely the most disturbing and terrifying thing I've ever seen. I have to go to work in a few hours. My boss told me to bring the recordings and let him know what I found, but what can I tell him? Jeremy's shift is tonight, right after mine, and my boss is thinking of coming in before I leave and confronting me, assuming I caught him stealing on video. I have no idea what to do. I'm thinking of showing my boss the tapes, but I have no desire to watch them with him. I never want to see anything like that again. The image of Jeremy grinning directly at the camera is seared into my memory. I've never seen such a creepy expression on a human face. Well, whatever. I'll try to get some sleep before I go and deal with this. I'll let you know what happens next. Update, 2:49 p.m. This is from my phone, so I apologize in advance for any errors. My boss just finished watching the last tape. I told him what to expect, but you can't prepare for something like this. He was pretty freaked out, just like me. We have a little over an hour to collect our thoughts before Jeremy gets here, but we really have no idea what to tell him. Is he just some crazy guy who likes to steal motor oil and scare the crap out of people? Or is he something else entirely? I don't know how crazy this is going to sound, but does anyone think he can control these time loops? My boss says he's never noticed anything like this in the footage, but the way Jeremy's face jumped out at me after midnight makes me think he knew I'd be watching. It felt like he wanted to show me what he could do. He seemed to be showing off, smiling at the camera like a kid who wants to show you his sandcastle or something. I don't know. Maybe that sounds crazy. I want to talk to my boss again so we can both calm down and discuss our next steps. I'll write tonight, but I have a really bad feeling about this. Update, 4:33 p.m. No word from Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone is off. We're calling the police. Update, 5:33 p.m. No word from Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone is off. We're calling the police. Update, 6:33 p.m. No word from Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone is off. We're calling the police. Update, 7:33 p.m. No word from Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone is off. We're calling the police. Update, 8:33 p.m. No word from Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone is off. We're calling the police. Update, 11:58 p.m. Oh, shit. I just got home and read my previous posts. Everything is starting to make less and less sense. What can I add? Jeremy didn't show up, and we decided to call the police, as you already know. However, when I picked up the phone, the sun had already set. I'm not kidding. I really did suddenly black out for exactly 5 hours. When I looked at my watch, it was already 9:33 p.m. It seems I was stuck in Jeremy's time loop and then jumped out of it at exactly the same point, so to speak. But then something really strange started happening. When I blacked out, my boss was there, ready to confirm my story to the police. When I came to, the phone was in my hand, but it was dead. There wasn't even a dial tone. My boss was still there, but he hadn't moved, just stood there as if petrified. I looked at my watch again, but it had stopped too. The second hand was frozen at 12. It was exactly 9:33 p.m. The clock on the register screen had stopped. The phone was silent. A customer stood frozen near the register, waiting for my boss to sell him cigarettes. I bet it was his 5th pack of the day. I fled from there, without locking the door, without turning off the lights, and, sorry guys, without grabbing any recordings to upload online. Believe me, that was the last thing on my mind. Our gas station is on a main street, and cars were parked all along it. But there was a catch. They weren't parked, they were frozen, just like everything else. The people inside sat like wax statues. I got into my car and prayed it would start. Luckily, it did. Halfway home, time started up again. The static from the stereo gave way to music, as it should, and judging by the host's remarks between songs, no one noticed the time freeze or whatever it was. I was the only one. Well, I guess Jeremy noticed too. I still have no idea where he is or what he's doing. I've locked myself in my room and will try to call the police again in the morning. I don't know if I managed to get through to them earlier, and if I did, if they took me seriously. I'm genuinely scared for my life right now. I'll write tomorrow if I can. Update, 10:33. I fell asleep around 4 a.m. I have no idea how I did it, but I guess exhaustion took its toll. I woke up this morning to my boss calling me since 6 a.m. He woke up when time returned to normal and immediately called the cops. They arrived, and he told them everything. The local cops are a busy bunch. They were far more interested in the missing oil than anything else. But my boss wanted to keep their attention and keep them on topic. So they decided to find information about Jeremy. We keep all our job applications on file, and finding Jeremy's recent application wasn't hard. The police decided to check Jeremy's house as the address they got from it. You won't believe what they found. The address they gave was a vacant lot. At least it's a vacant lot now. There used to be a house there, but it burned to the ground back in 1993. Our town is small, so almost everyone remembers that fire. A family of 4 lived there. Rumor has it they had a son who lived estranged from them and whom they never talked about. But I can't confirm or deny that. What I can say for sure is that the insurance company's investigation after the fire determined it was arson. The entire house was covered in oil and set on fire with a Molotov cocktail. The entire family was asleep when it happened. No one survived. The culprit was never caught. They say that when they tried to contact the son, he couldn't be found. Anyway, my boss called and told me this, and it shocked me. Then he asked me to come to the gas station. "Are you crazy?" I asked, but he assured me the police would be with him. Then he shocked me even more by telling me that the FBI was also in town and they wanted to talk to me anyway, so I better come. It was about 7:15, and I really wanted to go back to sleep. But I knew I wasn't going to get any sleep that night. So I headed to the gas station. 4 plainclothes men greeted me and asked me to sit down. I told them the whole story 2 or 3 times until they had all the details. I told them about Jeremy, about the tapes, about my last night at work. Everything. Finally, when I finished, one of the agents said, "Oh my God, another one on our heads." Then they made me sign a bunch of papers saying I wouldn't tell anyone about what happened, so I can't go into more detail. I'm probably breaking the law just by writing this. So now I'm home, and I don't know what to do. The agent's words will haunt me for the rest of my life. Anyway, I have to go. I have some finishing up to do, and then I have to go to work and pick up some videotapes. My boss and I think our new salesman, Jeremy, a creepy guy to be honest, is stealing motor oil, and I need to review the security footage to catch him. It's not that I'm completely unemployed, but my boss is going to pay me under the table for overtime, and I'm trying to save up for a vacation, so the extra money wouldn't be a bad idea. I figured it wouldn't be too hard, since the oil always disappears after his shifts. I'd just review the tapes and catch him red-handed, and that would be it. Today marked a significant holiday for my little sister and our entire family, including our acquaintances and friends. A birthday. Ellie would have turned 9 today, and our grandmother tried her best to shower her with all her attention, ignoring me. In fact, everyone surrounded Ellie with gifts, affection, and love, and I was left standing aside as if I didn't exist. Well, it's a pretty standard situation considering I'm the older one in the family, and she's like a little princess who needs care and attention. I think everyone has experienced something similar at some point. So, there's nothing particularly surprising about it. Besides, I'm used to it, because Ellie won't always be little. There will come a time when she grows up and becomes a big girl, and then the kind of parental supervision and extensive care she has now will no longer be necessary. Preparations for the upcoming holiday celebration were in full swing. Mom, Grandma, and Great-Aunt Greta were noisily and cheerfully cooking and baking all sorts of delicious treats and baked goods in the kitchen. My uncle and Ellie's uncle, Sam Carton, along with our stepfather, were decorating the backyard, installing a glass sculpture of my little sister. Mom also invited all the neighbors, friends, and acquaintances. They eagerly helped each other and congratulated Ellie along the way. I wasn't angry or offended by this, but it was kind of annoying, because while we were busy, and I was actually helping decorate the house with my sister, we were constantly being distracted by congratulations, which was terribly out of place and really distracting. I told Ellie that if she wanted to finish her chores quickly and be free for the congratulations, she should focus on work first and then have as much fun as she wanted. She scowled at me and called me a fool, then reluctantly began making decorations. Besides, my father was supposed to come visit us today. Ellie hadn't remembered him since she was little, but I did. He divorced my mother when my little sister was only a year old. My mother didn't really like to remember or talk about him, considering his leaving the family a betrayal. But I still loved him like a father, and as I walked past the door with boxes of decorations, I expected to hear a knock, and upon opening the door, see him standing there. That didn't happen. Evening had come. Family, neighbors, relatives, and friends were happily celebrating together and celebrating with Ellie. I was sitting alone at the table, eating a slice of cake, when the doorbell didn't ring. I immediately ran to the door, but when I opened it, all I saw was a box taped shut. It was a package with a gift inside for Ellie. Dad must have mailed it. As always, I thought to myself. I forgot to mention that Dad never came to our birthdays. He only sent gifts or letters of congratulations. And this time, he apparently decided to make do with just that. I went to Ellie's room with a disgruntled expression to give her the package. Meanwhile, she was loudly and boisterously playing with her friends her own age, oblivious to me and my knocks on the door. Only when I kicked the door open did she hear me and open it. Ellie looked at me with irritated eyes as if I'd ruined her life. I handed her the box, telling her it was a gift from Dad. She reluctantly took it from my hands and slammed the door. As if to teach her a lesson, I swung my leg again and gave the door a good, hard kick. The girls, not expecting such a loud impact, were startled and screamed, while I quickly went downstairs. House. The next day, I woke up in my bed as usual, rubbing my eyes and seeing some scraps of cardboard in my room. I realized they were the remains of Dad's package, but I was infuriated that they were in my room. Angrily gathering up all the trash, I headed to Ellie's room to find out what had happened. But as I approached her bedroom, I suddenly heard Ellie talking to someone. Ignoring this, I burst into her room and pounced on her with accusations. Ellie, meanwhile, sat quietly at a small toy table, pretending to have tea. She seemed oblivious to my screams. But as I was about to leave, realizing I was unlikely to get an answer, my gaze accidentally fell on the chair next to me across the table. A small child's doll, dating back to the 17th century, sat on the chair. The doll had small, black, pitch-black eyes. What made them stand out was their very realistic appearance, as if they were real and alive. It seemed they were even looking at me. The doll was also dressed in a white, lace-trimmed sarafan dress. On its feet were small, bright red shoes. I stood silently and examined it, not coming any closer. My sister startled me with her voice, waking me up. She told me it wasn't her fault that the remains of the box ended up in my room. According to her, it was Isabel. "Who's Isabel?" I asked my sister. Ellie replied that it was her new friend, a gift from her dad. My sister, smiling, pointed at the doll. "It's Todd," Ellie said happily, laughing wickedly. I was struck by the misunderstanding, as if I couldn't understand something, but chalking it up to childish imagination and relying on the fact that Ellie was still a child, I let go of my anger and asked my sister not to come into my room again. She nodded obediently, without saying a word, and so, as I was leaving my sister's bedroom, I stopped and asked her who she'd been talking to before I barged in. Ellie chuckled and, again, pointed at the doll, a smile on her face. I looked at the doll with disbelief, then retreated into silence, closing the door to my sister's room behind me. That same day, closer to dinner, we gathered at the table as usual. Everyone ate silently, and Ellie played with her new toy, feeding it too. Mom found this amusing, but I didn't. Something was off about this doll, something that made me uneasy. Perhaps I was simply unaccustomed to such things, hence the reaction. So the days went by. Ellie spent more and more time with her doll, sometimes ignoring Mom and me. Any attempts to play with her were ignored and ignored. Soon I began to notice something strange in my sister's behavior. She stopped hanging out with her friends, saw them less often, and attended school less often. Mom didn't like this, and sometimes got angry. But even in the face of her mother's scolding, Ellie remained oblivious. She simply sat hugging the doll, brushing its hair or playing with its hands. After some time, Ellie's behavior changed completely for the worse. She stopped going outside. She didn't answer calls from friends and family when they simply wanted to talk to her. She didn't talk to us and ignored any words we said to her or even to anyone. She often locked herself in her room and avoided any light. She also rarely ate. The only thing Ellie did consistently was carry the doll with her. Her sister held the doll in her arms 24/7. Her once joyful, childish face, filled with carefree days, turned gray and pale, revealing only sadness and despondency. Sometimes, when you saw her, you couldn't recognize her. One day, something happened that would have been the end of this story. But no. Coming into the kitchen that morning, I greeted my mom as always and wished her good morning, which she reciprocated. While putting fruit into a small blender, I began to notice something was wrong. The small propeller blades were seriously warped inside. Digging around in the blender and barely managing to extract the thing that had caused the blades to warp, I was first shocked, then horrified. What I initially took for some unblended ground meat with a bone in it turned out to be nothing at all. It was a human finger, and a small one at that, like a child's. I immediately showed my find to my mom, and together we called Ellie into the kitchen. She slowly, with a big smile on her face and dragging a doll by the hand down the steps, came down to us. Mom and I were stunned. Blood trickled down her right hand, all over her fingers, from the severed finger to the floor. Ellie seemed oblivious to the pain. We ran to her in shock, and Mom quickly bandaged her hand with a towel. That same day, we asked her why Ellie had done it, to which she replied, "It was Isabel's request." Apparently, no similar incidents occurred from that point on. To top it all off, my little sister began to behave normally. She started going to school, eating, and meeting her friends outside. But one night, something inexplicable happened. I was sitting in my chair, playing Block Strike on my phone. Suddenly, I heard a strange, muffled sound, like something had fallen somewhere. I stood up and walked down the hallway to the stairs. It was dark. The moonlight reflected off the glass of the pictures hanging in the hallway. I slowly wandered through the house, searching for the source of the noise, peering into each empty room. After peering into Mom's, I walked up to her and kissed her forehead, running my hand through her hair. Leaving her room, I headed for mine, but then I heard the creaking sound of a door opening. It opened slowly and deliberately. This alarmed me, and I peered into the depths of the hallway. It was my sister's bedroom. A rubber ball suddenly leaped out of it and, like a bouncy ball, slowly bounced to the wall, stopping when it hit the wall. I began to approach Ellie's room. I don't know why, but my heart rate increased. I began breathing faster, and it felt like every step was labored. I cautiously approached the ball at first, but it suddenly quickly rolled back on its own and flew back into my sister's room. The door slammed shut just as quickly as the ball. I froze and fell into a stupor. Unable to bear it any longer, I was suddenly pushed hard to the floor by an invisible force, like a strong gust of wind. I fell backwards and hit the back of my head painfully, causing me to lose consciousness. Somewhere in the distance, I began to hear children's laughter, but soon I passed out completely. I woke up in some kind of basement. It was extremely damp, practically invisible due to the darkness, and there was a terrible stench of mold, rust, and rot. I lay on the floor, unable to move. I tried every way I could to make any movement, but all my attempts were in vain. Suddenly, I heard a soft, singing sound. There were no words, just someone humming an unknown, soothing melody. I tried to see who it was, but I couldn't even lift my head. I was paralyzed. Meanwhile, The melody grew louder and louder. I began to realize it was approaching me with leisurely steps as I heard the sound of bare feet on the wet floor. They were slow, but insistent. My heart began to pound in fear, and my breathing slowed. I began to twitch, panic, and tried to scream, to no avail. The footsteps and singing suddenly stopped, and for a moment I felt better, until I saw the childish face of a girl with black eyes, her face like porcelain. And she wasn't alone. Soon, other children's faces began to emerge from the darkness of the basement. Laughter and voices began to ring out. One after another, they emerged from the darkness and stood there looking at me. I wanted to think I was dreaming, but then I heard Ellie's voice. "Well, brother, now do you understand that I wasn't lying to you?" she asked me from somewhere in the darkness. She started laughing, and then the other children did too. Slowly, I began to make out her outline in the darkness. She emerged from the middle of the basement, her form like her own, unrecognizable. She looked just like that silly doll, Isabel. Ellie had black eyes and looked at me with a wide smile, then said, "You have nothing to be afraid of, Toady. They're all my friends. They're my family. Mom's here too, and she's joined us." Ellie pointed to the children who stepped aside, revealing Mom's silhouette. Only it wasn't our mom anymore. "There's room for you here too. Be brave, Toady. We're going to have so much fun. We all want to play." A terrible, loud, childish laugh rang out. In the small town of Dudleytown, unfortunate and sometimes even mystical occurrences have often occurred. The town is notorious for its history and obvious reputation. People and livestock regularly disappear without a trace. Visitors attribute this to the town's location, surrounded primarily by wooded areas and empty cornfields overgrown with grass and other odds and ends. It all began back in the distant 16th century. At that time, Duke Edmund Dudley, whose family name the town would later be named after, was executed. According to unreliable reports, Edmund was fascinated with and dabbled in black magic and occult rituals. Although the town's historical manuscripts didn't mention it, according to the townspeople themselves, the Duke, before his execution, summoned a dark being whose appearance was deceptive and could confuse and destroy the unwary. The Duke, according to the townspeople, also cursed the town and those who dared live there or come to these valleys. But these were myths and hypotheses. Scholars who have explored the area around Dudleytown and the town itself attribute this to nothing more than a series of coincidences and accidents. But the townspeople know the truth. On New Year's Eve, when the paranormal activity in the area was at its peak, a reporter arrived in town. He had heard the story about these lands and knew their history. Thomas, that was the reporter's name, wanted to solve the mystery of Dudleytown and stop the chain of events unfolding there at any cost. Pulling up in his pickup truck, Thomas grabbed his backpack from the seat and stepped out. The door barely opened, buffeted by a fierce snowstorm. It was bitterly cold outside, and it seemed there was more snow than in Antarctica. Snow clouds had blanketed the sky, casting a dark blue gloom over the city. Thomas stopped at a small but seemingly cozy shop, made of freshly cut logs and adorned with spruce branches from the roof. Stepping inside, he was greeted by residents, both young and old, wearing warm sweaters, sitting at tables or at the bar sipping hot cocoa and cookies. Their faces were filled with joy and amusement, which was odd, considering the city's reputation and the events that took place there. Without hesitation, Thomas walked inside and sat at the bar next to a plump old man with a bright flush on his cheeks. He sported a white beard and mustache, like Santa Claus, casually sipping his cocoa, drops of which were dripping down his beard and mustache. He suddenly turned his attention to Thomas and greeted him with a grin, clapping him on the shoulder. The grandfather introduced himself as Bell and began asking the reporter why he had come here and what he wanted in these latitudes. Remarkably, Thomas hadn't yet spoken to anyone when he entered the shop. How the man knew Thomas was a stranger is unknown, although the town is small, so it's obvious where he was from. Thomas shared his purpose with him, and when the grandfather heard it, as did the other customers in the shop, the smile he had been wearing all this time immediately vanished. The people themselves frowned as well. They turned back toward Thomas and began looking at him with a frightening expression. The boy felt uneasy. Silence fell in the shop. The bartender silently wiped his glass until it scraped clean, his serious gaze fixed on the young man. A few minutes later, the old man spoke again, but there was something different in his voice, something that hadn't been there at the beginning of their conversation. "Get out of here, boy," the older man said. "I can't leave here without material. I came here to find out everything connected with your town. I want to understand what's plaguing your valley and help if I can," Thomas replied. Meanwhile, people began to slowly gather and leave the shop. Only the local sheriff remained, silently watching the conversation between the old man and the young man, listening attentively to their every word. Thomas's conversation faltered, and the older man, with sullen eyes and an angry expression, grabbed his dark red fur coat from the counter and awkwardly climbed down from his chair, heading for the exit. Thomas sat there for a moment, lost in thought, and soon headed for the exit as well, realizing he was unlikely to dispel the Dudleytown mystery and bring back the finished story. The sheriff remained seated until the end, watching the reporter, and when he left, he leisurely picked up his hat, placed it on his head, and then followed him out. Thomas started a car, and as he was getting in, was stopped by the same sheriff, who quickly ran out of the store. He ran up to Thomas and began asking him if he was sure he could help the town, to which Thomas replied that he would do everything in his power. The sheriff, after a pause, told him that Thomas should follow him, and afterward the sheriff would tell him something. After starting the car, the wheels jerked through the soft snow, almost spinning, and they set off. The sheriff led the way in his patrol jeep, with Thomas bringing up the rear. They drove for a long time, 2 hours. They drove along snow-covered roads, sometimes even wading through small drifts. Outside, a blizzard raged, and the wind blew so hard it seemed it would tip the car over. Finally, arriving at their destination, they stopped near an old wooden house. Getting out of the car, the reporter followed the sheriff, who gestured for him to enter. Inside, the cabin looked industrious. The sheriff lit the fireplace and sat down in a rotten, battered chair with a mug of tea. Thomas walked closer and sat down in a similar chair next to the bearded sheriff. The sheriff, taking a sip and pausing for a moment, told the boy a story. "I wasn't born here. I came here simply to serve. Believe me, in my short time serving in these parts, I've seen a lot of horrors. One time, closer to New Year's, I received a call from an elderly woman. She told me she heard something breaking into her house. When I arrived, I saw that the doors of her house had been ripped out by the roots and were lying on the ground with deep scratches on the outside. Entering the house, my partner and I split up and went to search the house. It was dark and quiet. When I entered one of the rooms, I saw a terrifying and disgusting scene. The body of the same elderly woman was lying on the floor, headless, and the head was impaled on the top of a small Christmas tree standing in the same room. On top of everything else, her face was panicked and the body was practically torn to pieces. Then I started getting similar calls more and more frequently. The victims said they saw a silhouette in their window and that someone was climbing into their house through the chimney. One day, a mother of 4 even called and said she spotted a man in her backyard dragging something wrapped in a sack along the ground. She also said the man was incredibly tall and that he was wearing a Santa Claus suit. But the suit looked dirty, torn in places, and stained with something red like blood. One evening, responding to another call, I arrived at a dugout. I went inside and found no one there, and was just about to leave when I suddenly heard the crunch of branches in the trees. It was dark, so I turned on my flashlight and saw in its light what now haunts me in my nightmares. Something resembling a man was crouched behind 2 trees, but it wasn't. It was dressed in a Santa Claus suit and leaned toward the ground as if eating something. I couldn't see what it was. Noticing the beam of my flashlight, it turned and looked at me, and then indeed my heart sank. Its face was distorted to the point of exhaustion. It was withered, very thin, and elongated. It was also dark, and I could see that it had 2 mouths. Its eyes bulged from their sockets and glowed a bright yellow when the light hit them. Seeing me, it screamed and ran toward me. I pulled my pistol from its holster and shot it, which it didn't expect, and it fled in fear somewhere into the depths of the forest. And so I saw what had most likely terrorized this county for a long time. As he recounted this, the sheriff kept his gaze fixed on the fireplace and the fire, as if recalling it all as if it were yesterday. Having finished his story, he drank all the tea with a deft flick of his hand and placed the mug on the floor, asking the boy to attend their town's New Year's feast. They had held such a feast every New Year, but soon stopped. And now, having reached an agreement with the authorities, the sheriff wants to bring back the tradition. The feast will be held in a theater building located on the outskirts of Dudleytown. All the townspeople and the local authorities will be there. The reporter agreed without hesitation. 2 days later, on New Year's Eve, everyone gathered in the building where the banquet was being held. A large table stood with various dishes. Inside, the building looked and vaguely resembled a church. Thomas arrived and, seeing the sheriff standing at the entrance to the theater building, approached him. After a short conversation, the two of them waited for the festivities to begin. The clock began to strike 12. Everyone rose from their seats and began congratulating each other. The mayor himself also congratulated the citizens. People began clinking glasses. The large clock face, hanging directly from the ceiling in the middle of the hall, struck the 6th time. Thomas, who hadn't seen such a spectacle often, began filming the entire event with his camera, with the sheriff's permission. The clock struck 9, 10, 11. Outside, the blizzard had been raging again all this time, a snowstorm and sleet rattling the old shutters on the building's windows. Suddenly, something flashed past the window. The sheriff was the first to notice, followed by Thomas. By then, the crowd had already begun celebrating and enjoying themselves, unaware that the clock had stopped striking 11. Its hands had stopped moving and stood at precisely 11:59. But as expected, no one noticed. Thomas glanced warily at the clock face, and noticing that the hands had stopped moving, began calling the sheriff and asking him if their clocks always stopped on New Year's Eve, just before the stroke of 12. The sheriff, puzzled, told the boy he didn't know, as this was the first time they'd celebrated the lights in this theater building. The sheriff was about to approach the mayor to ask him about it, but then darkness began to fill the windows, blocking their view of the street. It seemed to be coming from the tops of the frames, and like a liquid, it quickly and swiftly coated the half-frozen glass. The sheriff and Thomas stood there stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. Only later did the sheriff realize what was happening. He quickly made his way through the crowd of townspeople dancing joyfully, pushing everyone aside. He started shouting that everyone needed to get out of the building as quickly as possible, but no one heard him, and those who did heard him were telling the sheriff to stop panicking and start having fun with them. He nervously pushed people, telling them that something terrible was about to happen, and after struggling to reach the mayor, he began telling him that everyone needed to be evacuated immediately. "Why are you panicking for no reason? Go and have fun unless you want to be fired from this town," the mayor muttered angrily, holding a glass of wine. "But, sir," the sheriff persisted. Then suddenly, the lights in the theater building suddenly went out. The music stopped. The people stopped dancing and began shouting angrily, demanding that the music and lights be turned back on. Suddenly, a man's scream rang out. Everyone in the room fell silent. Then another man's scream rang out. The man was screaming for help, saying that something had just attacked him and was tearing him apart. The residents began to panic and run in different directions in the darkness. Thomas was recording the entire time. His heart began to beat faster and his pulse rose. The recording could be heard as Thomas breathed quickly and nervously, confused and frightened. Behind him, Thomas suddenly heard someone's heavy breathing. It was so hoarse and low that it reached all the way to his knees and made his bones tremble. The boy wanted to run, but then something hit him hard in the back and head simultaneously. Unable to withstand the impact, he lost his balance and crashed into a woman. The impact caused him to trip and fall to the floor, hitting his head. His vision blurred, and the screams of the people around him faded, sounding as if they were underwater. The last thing Thomas noticed before losing consciousness was a large silhouette standing in the middle of the room on a table. Behind the silhouette was something thick and equally large, like a hump or a sack. Then Thomas passed out, and everything went silent. The boy woke up bound in chains. He was sitting by a stone fireplace, above which, hanging from human fingers nailed to it, were bloody and torn Christmas stockings. Looking around, Thomas noticed he was in some sort of cave, a room that looked like it had been furnished. Oblong, half-dirty, bloody bags, roughly the size of a man, hung on the walls. Looking down, Thomas saw the sheriff's body. His limbs were broken. His left arm had been torn off. His cheek had been bitten off, exposing his bare jaw and teeth. His scalp had been practically torn off and lay nearby. Thomas was horrified and tried to get up, but then, in the distance, in the stark darkness, sparks appeared, and the creaking and grinding of chains could be heard. It was walking straight toward Thomas with slow steps. Its growling was igniting a panic in the boy, which was already overwhelming. Something was saying out loud, "New Year is coming. New Year is coming. Santa Claus is racing. He's bringing presents." The end. My name is Thomas Hale. Boston was supposed to be the end of running. A city of noise, concrete, people, a place where shadows are short and the cold stays outside. I was wrong. I returned in late February. The city looked smaller than I remembered. Buildings leaned closer together, streets narrowed, sky pressed low and gray. I rented the same cramped room in the North End boarding house. Same narrow stairs that creaked under every step. Same smell of damp plaster and boiled cabbage drifting from the kitchen below. The landlady barely recognized me until I paid 2 months in advance in cash. She handed me the key without a word. I climbed the stairs, locked the door behind me, drew the heavy blinds until not a crack of daylight remained. I sat on the edge of the bed, stared at the floor for nearly an hour. The revolver lay on the nightstand, one bullet left, etched with the sign. The dagger rested beside it, still faintly warm to the touch, still hungry. The pendant from Celine was gone. Only the broken chain remained on the pillow the morning after I arrived. The black stone missing. I tried to rest. For 4 days, I barely left the room. I ate cold canned soup straight from the tin, drank tap water that tasted of iron and old pipes, kept the lights off most of the time, listened to the city outside, cars, horns, voices, footsteps on the sidewalk below. Normal sounds, human sounds. But the silence inside the room was wrong. Too thick, too heavy, like the air itself was waiting. On the 5th night, the scratching began. Soft, dry, persistent. Tiny claws scraping wood under the baseboard near the window. Slow circles, patient circles. I told myself it was rats. Old building, old pipes, old everything. But the scratching didn't stop. It moved. From the baseboard to the wall, from the wall to the ceiling, from the ceiling to the door frame. Always the same rhythm. Slow, deliberate, patient. On the 6th night, I sat up in bed, listened, scrape, scrape, pause, scrape, scrape, pause. I lit the lamp. The room looked ordinary. Peeling wallpaper, cracked ceiling, single chair, single bed. The scratching stopped. I exhaled, turned off the light. It started again. Closer now, directly beneath the floorboards under my bed. I didn't sleep. Next morning, I left the room for the first time in days. Needed air. Needed to move. I walked the narrow streets of the North End, between old brick buildings that leaned toward each other like conspirators. Through alleys so tight, the walls almost touched my shoulders. The city felt different now. Every shadow deeper. Every doorway darker. Every rat that scurried across the pavement made me flinch. I found the first victim 2 blocks from my boarding house. In a narrow passage between tenements, a homeless man curled against the wall, throat torn open, not cut, torn. Ragged wound as if something chewed through the flesh, eyes missing, 2 perfect bloody sockets staring upward. On his chest, the black rat, size of a cat, fur matted with blood, eyes like polished obsidian. It sat watching the lens, pinned to the coat with a rusty nail. A note, handwritten in shaky black ink. The witch hungers. I tore it down, burned it in the alley. Flames reflected in the rat's eyes before it vanished into a drain. I started walking faster. That night, I prowled the city, from the North End to the waterfront, through Chinatown, through the old leather district, between buildings so old they leaned toward each other like conspirators. I searched alleys, doorways, abandoned lots. I found 4 more bodies before dawn, all the same, throats torn open, eyes missing. The black rat present at every scene, on the chest, on a fire escape above, in the corner watching. Each body had a note. First, Keziah waits. Second, the familiar is hungry. Third, give me the marked hand. Fourth, The Sabbath calls. I returned to my room at sunrise, locked the door, sat in the chair with the revolver in my lap. The scratching started again at dusk. This time, it was directly under the floorboards beneath my feet. Then the voice came, old, cracked, ancient. Thomas. Keziah Mason, I didn't answer. The voice whispered through the cracks in the floor. You cannot hide forever, child. The sign called me back from the abyss. Nyarlathotep sent me. I walked the dark paths. I crossed the thresholds. I returned for you. A pause. Your blood, just a drop, from the hand that bears the sign. Give it to Brown Jenkin, and the dreams will end. The footsteps will stop. The cold will leave you. You will be free to serve. The scratching intensified, frenzied, claws digging into wood, trying to break through. I stood up, walked to the center of the room. The voice continued, softer now, almost coaxing. The sleeper dreams, the walker walks. The king waits in Carcosa, but Nyarlathotep, he collects, he gathers, he plays, and you are part of the game now. I looked down at the floorboards. A single drop of black blood, mine, had seeped from under my fingernail. It fell, hit the wood, sizzled. The scratching stopped. Silence. Then a single, soft tap, like a small paw against the floor. The voice whispered one last time. Thank you, child. Sleep now. Rest. The Sabbath awaits. We will speak again soon. I sat on the bed, revolver in my lap, dagger beside me. The scratching faded, the cold eased, just a little. The throb in my chest slowed. I closed my eyes, and I fell. Not into sleep, into something deeper. There was no transition, no fade. One moment, the bed, the room, the scratching. The next, I was elsewhere. The floor beneath me was stone, black, polished, yet it refused to remain stone. It folded into itself at angles that had no right to exist. It curved inward while simultaneously curving outward. It intersected itself in places where intersection should have been impossible. One step forward placed my foot behind me. One step backward placed me above my own head. The surface beneath me was at once convex, concave, flat, and spiraled into a fourth direction that my mind rejected. Walls did not rise. They collapsed inward while expanding outward. They met at vertices that were also edges, that were also faces. One wall was simultaneously in front of me and behind me and above me and inside me. Another wall folded through my body without piercing skin. I felt it pass through my ribs, my lungs, my heart, yet I remained whole. The ceiling was the floor. The floor was the sky. The sky was a single point that stretched into infinity in directions that negated each other. Air did not move. It folded. It tasted of sulfur, old blood, wet fur, decaying roses, ozone, and something sweeter, like fruit that had never been fruit but remembered being fruit in a world that never existed. Voices rose, not from throats, not from mouths, from angles, from folds, from the places where space had been broken on purpose, chanting, low, rhythmic, in a language that made my teeth ache and my tongue taste copper and my mind fold in on itself like wet paper. Figures moved, but movement was a lie. They were in all places at once and in none. Their bodies did not twist. They were the twist. Arms became legs, became torsos, became heads, became nothing, became everything. They danced in vectors that negated themselves. They stepped into Klein bottles. They existed in tesseracts that folded into Klein bottles that folded into impossible knots. In the center, an altar, black stone, pitted, stained with layers of blood, black, brown, red, yellow, violet, green, that was not green. The altar itself was wrong. Its edges met at angles greater than 360 degrees and less than zero. Its surface was simultaneously convex, concave, saddle-shaped, and spiraled into a fifth dimension that my mind refused to acknowledge. Looking at it made my vision tear. Looking away made the tear follow me. On the altar, a child, not older than 5, bound with yellow cords that moved like living veins, skin pale, eyes wide, mouth open in a scream that never left the throat, because the throat was already folded into the fourth wall. Keziah stood over it, old, bent, hair wild gray, eyes burning coals. Brown Jenkin perched on her shoulder, huge black rat with human face, tiny human hands, tiny human teeth, tiny human voice, whispering lines from the play in perfect, childish English. Yet the voice came from every direction at once, including inside my skull. The chanting grew louder. Figures danced. Their bodies were not bodies. They were intersections. They were self-negations. Arms elongated into lines that looped back into their own torsos, heads rotated in directions that had no name and no number. Legs stepped through their own chests while remaining outside. Torsos intersected themselves like impossible knots that tightened with every breath I took. They moved in Mobius directions. They passed through each other without collision. Yet I felt every impact in my spine. The air shimmered. A tear opened, not in front of me, not behind me, inside me. Through the tear, I saw for one heartbeat twin black suns sinking behind a lake of dead mercury, towers leaning at angles that made my mind bleed, yellow silk flapping in a wind that should not exist here. Then the tear widened, and I saw him, Nyarlathotep, not as a figure, as a shadow that was everywhere, a darkness that moved between the angles, a presence that laughed without sound, a promise that was not spoken. He was the tear. He was the chant. He was the blood on the altar. He was the child's scream that never came out. He was the geometry that broke me. Keziah raised a silver knife. The blade caught light that wasn't there. The child's scream finally broke free, high, thin, impossible, and folded back into itself until it became silence. Brown Jenkin leaped from her shoulder, landed on the child's chest. Tiny human hands pressed against the skin. Tiny human teeth sank into the throat. Blood flowed, not red, not black, colors that should not mix. Yellow, violet, green that was not green. It flowed upward, defying gravity, into the tear. The chanting became a single note, a sound that vibrated in my skull, in my teeth, in my veins. The yellow light in my arm flared, hot, painful. The crescent moon mark on my forearm burned like acid. Keziah turned her head, looked directly at me. Her eyes were not eyes. They were doors. Doors to places where light dies. Doors to places where angles devour. She smiled, and the smile stretched and stretched until it filled the tear. The child's scream cut off. Silence. Then the wind. Not the northern wind, not the sea wind, a wind that came from the angles themselves. It carried voices, thousands, millions, all whispering the same line. Strange is the night where black stars rise. I woke on my bed, in the room, sweating, shaking. The scratching was gone, but on the floor, a single drop of blood, not mine, fresh, and on the wall, scratched into the plaster with tiny claws, a crescent moon, and beneath it, words. The Sabbath is not finished. I looked at the revolver. One bullet left. I looked at the dagger, still hungry. I looked at the door. The scratching would return, and next time it would bring the Sabbath with it. Thomas Hale, North End, Boston. Entry unfinished. The play, the witch, and the shadow continue